কি আওয়াজ? ইংলিশে
check, 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 1, 2, check, 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 1, 2, check, check, 1, 2, check, 1, 2, check, 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 1, 2, check, 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 1, 2.
हेलो ओके
And then this is, I'm hoping the session will be most interesting, and that's the way I had.
କଟୁଛି ବା ବାରମ୍ବାର ଆରେ କଟିଲା ବୋଲି ମୁଁ କହିଲି ନା
check check one good check 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 1 2 check 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 1 2 check 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 1 2 check 1 2 check hey check 1 2 check 1 2 check 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 1 2 check
Welcome back. In a while, we are just starting with the session. Request all dignitaries to have the seat, please. Thank you so much, and we welcome you back after the tea lunch session. We will be moving towards the next session, and that is related to emerging cyber threat landscape. Over the last decade, cyber attacks are surfacing more than ever and are a cause for concern for both private and public sector. Emerging cyber threats are becoming increasingly complex and detrimental. Only proactive and continuous security diagnostics can minimize systematic cyber risk and mitigate the consequences of the attacks. Let's hear from our guest speaker from Palo Alto Network, a global cybersecurity leader, on how threat-centric approach can empower the organizations to think like threat actors and assess their defense. So please welcome with big round of applause, Regional Director Palo Alto Networks, Sri Krishnan VV, along with him a strategic cybersecurity leader, Japan and APAC, Vishal Lanjekar.
Good morning, everyone. Thank you very much. Thanks, Honorable Deputy Governor. He just moved out. Thanks to the esteemed audience here from RBI. We are very happy to have given us the opportunity to address you all. Special thanks to Varsha ma'am and Shailendra sir in involving us as part of your cybersecurity journey. We are very happy to ensure that you're secure, safer, and doing a great job. Thanks very much. Before I introduce my co-panelist here, Vishal Lanjekar. Vishal Lanjekar is the strategic cybersecurity advisor who's based in Singapore for Japan Asia Pacific, which includes India Geo. Before he starts his session, I just want to give a preamble for the next few minutes just to explain on what we are looking at as far as the cybersecurity is concerned, why today's topic, which is the emerging threat landscape, is extremely critical for all of us. Today, if I look at all organizations worldwide, there are three areas where all of them are focusing upon. Their entire IT strategy is focused upon these 3 pointers. It starts with digital transformation, which started a few years back, but which really got fueled during the pandemic days. There were technologies which would have taken 5 to 6 years for each organization to embark upon. They all got it done within a few months because it was imperative for us to go in that mode. We all know till the COVID happened, right? Work was always an place, right? We always used to say that we're going to office. Today work has become an activity. So what we are seeing here is people are logging in from remote locations. They are not going to offices. But at the same time, all organizations have to provide those connectivities which are secure and safer. So that's actually changed the entire paradigm which we are looking at. Number two, a lot of organizations have started moving on to the cloud. What's happening because of that is that the entire threat landscape or the attack surface, as we call it in cybersecurity, is increasing day by day. There are some organizations currently which are born in the cloud. We know all these organizations which we call as digital natives. And there are some organizations where it is in a hybrid mode. Some are on-premise and some of the applications are moving on to the cloud. And this increases the kind of threats which we are seeing every day. They are increasing exponentially. And the last pointer is on automation. Today we have serious challenges as far as manpower is concerned. We have serious issues as far as skilled resources are concerned. We are very happy to see that your training institute is embarking upon a great initiative to ensure that we are having a lot of resources who will be well trained on cybersecurity, because that's a very critical component for us across organizations, including organizations like us, which are OEMs as well as customers. So what we are seeing in the automation side is, one is lack of resources. The other point is, how do I increase the efficiency? How do I ensure that a threat happens? In case a threat happens, how do I ensure that I immediately address the concern? Today, if I look at the kind of breaches which are happening, on an average, any organization, they spend about 2.4 million a year to address the breach. To add to that, it takes 37 days on an average for any organization to come back from a breach. These are all statistics taken from large organizations worldwide. So we are in the midst of I don't know whether we call it as a perfect storm, but a scenario wherein we all have to be cyber aware. Very happy to see those badges in your jackets. Very, very, very good to see. We all have to be not only cyber aware, but also be equipped to ensure that we address this well. From a Palo Alto standpoint, what we have done from an India perspective, primarily on India geography, we have got the cloud landing zone in India. So all the applications, all the security data, we are ensuring that they are kept within the borders of India to address the data residency compliance issues. The second point what we have done is, we have opened a very large development center in Bangalore, and we are following it up one more in Pune. In a year's time, we have added about 1,000 resources, and the next 2 years we are planning to add another 5,000. This will be our single largest development center outside of Israel. So what we want to do is, we want to invest a lot within the India geo. Very happy to partner with RBI and also with a lot of other financial institutions across the country and make it successful. We need to do it together. Thanks very much. I pass it on to Vishal to take it forward. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Christian. I'm audible? Hope so. Okay. I would say good morning to everybody out here, to the honorable members of RBI. What I'm going to talk about today is, I know you must have seen the topic about emerging threat landscape. Now, when we talk about emerging threat landscape, immediately we start looking at multiple things, probably, or maybe this is a sort of new attack that is coming up. This is something which is going to happen, we should be prepared for. Well, that's one thing, but I think there are some other elements when we talk about a cyber threat landscape. So before I get into that, first let me introduce myself. My name is Vishal Lanjekar. I'm a strategic cybersecurity advisor for Palo Alto Networks. I work for a division within Palo Alto Networks called Unit 42. Unit 42, again, it's a division, it's an intelligence unit. We provide intelligence-led services to our clients. We work with intelligence agencies, we work with intelligence communities in terms of discovering new attacks, new threat actors, and things on those lines. So I work with customers across the JPAC region. helping them build their cybersecurity programs, helping them build their, the critical infrastructures, building their security operations, building their intelligence programs, purely from a threat standpoint, because when I said cybersecurity programs, you must say, okay, there are some other people out doing that too. But the way we do it is a bit different because we have an intelligence-led approach. We have a threat actor perspective when we build these programs as such. So without any further delay, let me just get into a little bit of what Unit 42 is. As I mentioned, it's a unit within Palo Alto Networks. We are known as experts in threat research. We basically spread across the globe 24/7. We have intelligence analysts who work 24/7 with organizations as well as the say with the intelligence communities as such. What makes us different is that the type of let's say work we do is a little bit more strategic in nature. So for example, when an ex-vendor comes to you and say, okay, this is a malware, I'm going to have a security. Right? Because then we have a different way. Why would this malware be in my network and it belongs to China? There's something wrong about it. So this is where we bring in that expertise, and how we bring it is the type of people we have. So we have people from, let's say, law enforcement agencies, defense agencies, intelligence agencies who now work for us in this particular department. When I talk about intelligence, again, it's very important for us to know that intelligence is not just, if I say this is what it is, you shouldn't be believing it, because at the end of the day, it depends on how you collect information, how you, process that intelligence. So we collaborate with more than 170 plus intelligence organizations or government agencies to share intelligence with each other bidirectionally. So within India, so we work with CERT-In very closely with exchanging intelligence with them. We work with organizations such as NCSC, UK, Interpol, Europol, NATO. So we work with these organizations in terms of providing or say exchanging intelligence for each other. Many times this intelligence that we gather is classified. It's not really out in the world, and people don't really know about it. But that's where we have this proactive approach of how we process this intelligence, and then we take it to our clients in the form of services and helping them build that resilient cybersecurity infrastructure. We were the first company to be called upon by CISA, which is the Cybersecurity Agency of United States, when they formed this collaboration called Joint JCDC, I would say in a short form, with the Joint Cyber Defense Collaborative last year in August 21. The goal of this collaborative was to basically bring in private sector and public sector intelligence companies together to exchange intelligence or share intelligence related to national security. So this is where we were the first company we called upon by the government to share intelligence to help strengthen the nation's cybersecurity infrastructure. As we speak, I'm working with a couple of our government agencies as here and on building these sort of, taking these sort of initiatives and how we can contribute to the nation as such. Okay, getting to the crux of the session today. So we're going to talk about the threat landscape. When I talk about threat landscape, I think some of the examples we have seen in the past, maybe a year or so. There are many, like say for example, when bank gets, let's say, breached in the US, we see a lot of attacks happening in this part of the region. Recently, we see, other critical organizations getting breached. For example, Tata Power got breached as such. This is a figure which is again public figure, which talks about since January till June 2022, there have been 6.7 lakh cybersecurity incidents in India itself. So we can see the scale at which cyber incidents are happening. Now, why do we see this? Again, a couple of things, right? If you go back a little bit, let's say 3 years back before COVID, right? People were still very much, as Krishnan mentioned, people were still very much like coming to office and doing those kind of things. And there were not really digital infrastructures in place for every organization. But in the last 2-3 years, these organizations have developed their digital infrastructure, and this is where we see a rise. As the digital infrastructure rises, so will be the cyber threats as such. At the end of the day, the attackers will come after organization as far as what they want to achieve, and they get rid of that particular organization. So we see a lot of this, customer details been stolen. We see about sabotage-based event, for example. Again, speculative, but because there is no direct responsibility has yet been taken. But we know about the Maharashtra electricity grid hack, rather I would say hack, incident that happened. Well, there are speculations about it being a cyber attack, but then again, there are different versions to it. But we saw something that happened in Ladakh. We saw something what happened in Colonial Pipeline in the US with North Korea attacking those guys. So there are a lot of things happening about cyber in the cybersecurity space. And I think one of the very important point that the Honorable so we mentioned before is about risk, right? Cyber risk is the biggest risk today for organizations. So this is something which we believe is going to be increasing, as we move ahead in the year and then the coming years as such. So what are the critical factors, I would say? Why do attackers probably want to breach or probably target banks specifically, I would say? The first and foremost thing is geopolitical tensions. Okay, I think this is something which, again, probably it's a separate session altogether, but then somewhere we are seeing that geopolitics and cybersecurity are tied together in some elements, in some ways or the other. If you look at it, let's say, and why? Because at the end of the day, every nation has critical infrastructures. For example, banks in India or other places every nation has, these are critical infrastructures, because a bank being down for, let's say, a couple of hours can impact a lot on the nation's economy as such. So the thing is that with these geopolitical tensions that we are seeing, what are happening between Russia and Ukraine, what's happening between India and China, what's happening between India and Pakistan, all these things do contribute. And why do attackers come and go and target these banks or these financial organizations? At the end of the day, these are nations' assets, right? It is difficult nowadays to just go and open up a fire. We see what happened on news and Galwan and all, but then it's not that prominent enough that, okay, somebody starts a war, but a cyber is something that cyber war can definitely be started as such, and you can still be anonymous about that war. So this is where we see a lot of things coming across, and this is where we believe that this is one of the critical factors why banks are targeted today, along with the other critical infrastructures of the nation. The other important thing is, why would they target? It's not just for money. It's, first of all, it's the sensitive thing, sensitive information that banks carry. So let's say, for example, I'm an attacker, and this is how we approach any sort of situation. If I'm an attacker and I want to find out passport numbers, I want to find out, some membership information, which industry would I target? I would typically go and target, let's say, airline industry or airline organization. I would typically go and target, let's say, hospitality or a hotel, because they typically have this sort of information. But let's say I want to find out, okay, which are the high net worth individuals, right? Which are the ones which have the highest net worth, and probably, a lot of other things about them from a financial, or maybe what is the financial credibility or the financial profile of say, a couple of, say, some people. Where will I go and target it? Basically, it's the bank. So now that's one of the way look at it, where they want to target banks to find out this information and maybe other information, such as what's the business plan, and this could be a nation state. So if China comes to know, okay, this is how India is going to grow, there might be some classified information which is not yet out. They probably want to find out what exactly that information could be, why they would target such organizations as such. Again, banks hold the money. So definitely where the money is there, probably that's where the attackers would go and target. And again, I'm going to touch base a little bit on anti-money laundering and terrorism. Again, that's not as of yet linked with cyber security at the moment, but we see there is some sort of a linkage based on the evolving threat landscape. I'm going to talk about that in a few minutes. But again, the foundation is where there's money, or the attackers will follow that path as such. This is also a very important aspect of why the attack surface. So let's say defense organizations, typically the attack surface will be very minimal. When I say attack surface, is basically from where can I attack this particular organization. It would be very minimal. It could be because they may not have internet, it's probably air gap network, so the attack surface is very minimal, let's say to people, a human attack or something like that. But when I say as a bank, for example, the attack surface is wide. Why? Because it's not only about the perimeter. Let's say things are moving to the cloud. You have people who are working from home. We're talking about, supply chain sort of a network. Attackers do not, see many times we get this, when we discuss with organizations and they say, with organizations who are breached, and they say our cloud network is breached. They say our data center is breached. The fact of the matter is attackers don't target networks, they target organizations. Networks are just one of the stepping points for them to get into the organization. So even when we, let's say, secure the entire perimeter, there could be some vendor connectivity from where the attack would actually come in. And we have seen this in our investigations, where the perimeter is perfectly secure, they are not able to come in. But let's say there's a partner which is connected to the bank's network, and then they compromise that network, then it's very easy to come in from their network because there was not much of security monitoring out there. So the attack surface is much wider. So it's probably, it gives more opportunities for the threat actors or the attackers to get into banks. And these are some of the critical factors why we see, banks are being targeted. We recently released a report on this is something which we release every year, on the investigations that we conduct for organizations. So on an average, we conduct around 1,300 plus investigations every year, breach investigations, which includes a large portion of the financial sector. So if you see, the financial sector is something which is one of the top sectors targeted by cyber attackers. And this is where we see that, why we say that where there's money, where there is sensitive information, the attackers go there. So we have seen this, and this graph has been rising day by day, and every time, probably when we release this report in a few months, the new report in a few months' time, you'll see there's a substantial increase in the graph in terms of the attacks on the financial organizations as such. Now, what are these threats that are specifically targeted from a banking standpoint? We understand why they are targeted, but what are the threats that are being, let's say, used against banking organizations, or what are they vulnerable to? So as I mentioned before, sensitive data collection, right? Customer records, business plans, those kind of things are definitely the #1 target for the attackers as such. Second, ransomware. I think this is the talk of the town, and I think it's because it's the most growing threat for organizations. Again, ransomware. It's a simple piece of code, but what it does is it just encrypts your files, and you are not able to do your work on a day-to-day basis unless you decrypt it. And for the decryption, you need a key for which you have to pay money in a cryptocurrency as such. So once you have a ransomware in your network, because typically it spreads across multiple systems as such, and then people who are on a day-to-day operations are not able to work, it impacts business operations. It impacts a lot of your availability as such. And this is where, this is one of the most rising threats. When ransomware, let's say a couple of years, like 2015-16, when ransomware was just coming out, I believe the first ransomware, which was known ransomware, was WannaCry. It was more of just encrypting systems without any data exfiltration. Now what is happening is the attackers are coming into your network, they are stealing your data, and then they are saying, okay, we have your data. Okay, they steal your data, they encrypt your systems or your files, and then they say, okay, if you want to decrypt those files, give me the money. That's what happens. Distributed denial of service, again, availability. So basically the thing is to impact your operations so that you cannot work at all. So your systems go down. It's not ransomware, it goes down. But what we are seeing now is also something called as double extortion. Double extortion is where the ransomware and distributed denial of service are worked, are delivered together. So for example, the ransomware attack happens, you don't pay the money, right? To pressure you to pay the money, they will do a DDoS on your network. So your entire network goes down. So this is a more of a pressure tactics to get money from you. And then finally, money laundering and terrorism financing. I'll just park this topic because I have a slide on this. why do we see this is something which is important from a banking standpoint, from a cybersecurity standpoint. But these are some of the top threats for the banking industry from a cyber standpoint. Attack vectors, again, not getting too much into details or not being too technical, but if you see, let's say a couple of, let's say a year back or 2 years when we were working during the COVID phase, during the lockdown phase, people were working from home, you had some issue, you used to call the IT help desk, and IT help desk would say, okay, let me log into your PC. Let me log into your PC, let me see what has happened and do it. Now, he or she, they used to use a tool to log into a system so that they can see a desktop, they can do their work and ensure your problem is resolved. This is where we see those applications been exploited a lot by attackers today. So attackers actually have stolen those passwords. They are basically using those applications to log into your system and then basically you probably might feel that this is something which is a legitimate activity, but they have actually taken your data and done some sort of a damage to your systems. Phishing, the biggest one, you would say, again, everybody knows about phishing. You get emails, and nowadays this SMS fraud, those kind of things happening. But again, this needs a more awareness and a monitoring of networks. But this is something which attackers use as a vector. Software vulnerabilities, especially where banks and organizations are moving to the cloud, it's becoming a little bit of a, because cloud networks, the way they grow is enormous, right? And it's very difficult to keep up with patching those vulnerabilities. So this is where we see a lot of vulnerabilities being exploited by attackers to get into your system. Stolen credentials, I'm going to talk about a use case on this because this is something which, let's say for example, I walked in having an RBI badge in here. Maybe I say I'm a new joinee. Okay, I just walked in here. I'm just giving a hypothetical example. You would accept me and say, okay, you can sit over there, because I am having the RBI badge. Similarly, if someone is logging in with legitimate credentials, it's a different thing how they got the credentials. We'll talk about that. But they come with a legitimate credential. You say, okay, this is an administrator, he's supposed to do it work, but it's not the administrator behind, it's actually the attacker who is logging as an administrator and actually doing the wrong things he's not supposed to do. So that's another thing which we are seeing growing up. And supply chain, again, networks connected, people coming not only from vendor side, but also from the partner side, where we are seeing things being taken up. Very important, again, this is something which when we talk about these attackers, who are these attackers, right? So that is something which we want to know. At the end of the day, these are not just bots. These are not just the systems working on their own. These are human beings, right? So there are some known threat actors, threat groups. So as of now, there are 40 plus threat groups or organizations who are known to be targeting banking and financial sectors as such to steal data from your organization. Now, when we attribute this specifically, we see around most of them are attributed to China. So give a little bit of a more context. China, as of the latest intelligence known, China, there are more than, or I say more like, so as of now the figure is, there are 120,000 uniformed cyber hackers working on government payrolls. So we are talking about an army. Typically talk about an army of 1 lakh soldiers on the ground. So China has 120,000 soldiers, uniformed soldiers as cyber hackers working for the PLA, for the government. So this is where we are talking about. These are some of the groups that the intelligence is out who are targeting organizations. We see a lot from North Korea too. North Korea is again another important aspect is where we are talking about this is again another report which talks about 15% of North Korea's military budget comes from malicious cyber activities. Okay, so when you see these ransomwares getting money, these things, this is where the money is going as such. Now, why do we need to be aware of this, right? I mean, this is something, why do we aware of this? So when we define as an organization, we define a cybersecurity strategy, we did not only define it from, so okay, let's say an X standard says this is the best practice. We probably define in a way, what if APT41, let's say one of the groups, or let's say China has this X group attacks me, can I detect it? Am I able to protect against it? So this is why it's always important to know whom we are fighting against. Otherwise, it's a blind war we are getting into. So this sort of intelligence is something that needs to be used when you define your cybersecurity programs as such. But that was one part of it. The other part of it is now, this is something which is a new phenomenon that's coming up, which is something called ransomware as a service. Now you must have heard of MSSPs, right? Everybody knows MSSP, Managed Security Service Providers, right? In the same way, this is ransomware service providers. So what are these? These are again gangs. They have their infrastructures. So there are primarily 3 or 4 stakeholders with it. The first, if you see, is the developers. The developers are the one who develop the ransomware. Let's say they develop an X and Hive ransomware or any other ransomware, as I said, say DarkSide. There's a ransomware group. So they develop the code, okay? They build the entire infrastructure like an MSSP, okay? They build the entire infrastructure and they have this particular code build. The other thing is the affiliate. Affiliate is somebody who borrows this infrastructure, borrows this code from the developer to go and attack the victim. So now these ransomware in an MSSP you must have seen, they provide you with 24/7 monitoring and all those things, right? So these ransomware service providers actually offer 24/7 monitoring, as well as where to see where the attack is in progress and those kind of. So it's a full-fledged infrastructure, pretty heavily advertised on the dark web. The other thing is they're talking about initial access broker. They are the party to it. Initial access broker is somebody who has actually stolen your credentials, or he knows how to get into your organization. And then basically when the affiliate says, I'm an affiliate, I want to attack, let's say, an X bank, I will go to the RAS provider and say, developer, give me the code. He'll say, okay, this is the ransomware. Then I'll go to the initial access broker, tell me how to get into the organization. He will give me all the vulnerabilities about that organization. I will use that vulnerabilities to get into it, put in the ransomware, and achieve my goal. Now when I get the money, typically if you see, this money is sent to, let's say, a crypto wallet. Okay? When you do that, there is something like a crypto mixer. So the money goes to this, a fake, say, wallet address. It then starts jumping multiple wallet addresses, so you really not able to find where the money actually gone. And the developer then takes cut of the money that he has received. Typically 20 to 30% where the developer takes the money as such from whatever the affiliate has received. So that's how this entire model works. So what's the problem with this is anybody can borrow this infrastructure and do it. So now nation state would also probably are using it, ransomware service. So they are saying, okay, you can't now blame China or Russia saying, oh, okay, it was you. It takes a lot of effort to find out who was behind it because it's totally anonymous as such. One of the things that we identified was leak sites, where we have seen where leak sites are nothing but when attackers get your data, okay, they would typically go and address on these. These are sites on the dark web where they would address saying, okay, I have data of this particular organization as such. This is where they share a lot of information. There are forums and all those things. Last year, let's say this past last year, mid of last year, I would say, we identified more than 205,000 victims' data been publicly posted on leak sites, where it was open for anyone who has access to those sites to actually go and see that data or what they have captured. We also observed 35 new group leak sites. So now what we spoke about specific groups, we saw a lot of them, and this is going to grow. Eventually this is going to grow as we go ahead in the coming year. We spoke about double extortion, but I want to talk about multi-extortion. This is again, it might be a little bit overwhelming, but I think this is something which is a reality of life. And if we have this perspective, I think when really things happen, we probably are better prepared for it. So for example, let's say, what is multi-extortion, typically in a ransomware case. So in the first case, the attacker takes your data. He says, okay, I've taken your data, you need to give me $10 million or an X amount in rupees or whatever in the form of Bitcoin. Right? So that's what he says. So the first stage is encryption. So he will encrypt the data, and then he basically, the second stage is taking the data and say, okay, if you don't give me the money, I will release this data publicly, I would say, in that scenario. If you still don't give the data, if you still don't give the money, they will do a DOS attack on your network, which means your network would probably come down. This is to pressurize you to pay money. If their organization will say, okay, there are policies, we are not going to pay data. We are not going to pay ransom. They would then pressurize further, where they would reach out to organizations, customers, partners, saying that this is the data we have from this X organization, which is your customer, which is your parent organization. So they'll go out in the media talking about we have this data just to pressurize you. And we've also seen in some instances where they would actually go and disrupt financial events. For example, there is a quarterly briefing coming, or the company is going to release annual results or quarterly results. They will go and disrupt those kind of events with cyber attacks as such. So in order to get all these things right, it's very important that we have a strategy, have a perspective on how attackers look at your organizations, what is their motive, and who are the attackers. That's what we want to address as a way forward to building a resilient cybersecurity network infrastructure as such. So we spoke about these groups, but there are a few things where I want to talk about is, typically all these groups also have personas, right? So there are some which are like, okay, hacktivism is something which is more politically motivated, more religious sort of groups. But we're not going to talk about all of them, because we want to talk about what are more applicable to a banking environment. Now, from a hacktivism standpoint, typically if you see websites being defaced with some sort of a text, political text or religious text, that's more of hacktivism. We don't see that much in banking environment as such. Second is cyber criminals. We are seeing a lot of cyber criminal activity. So this is one of the things which banks need to be aware of cyber criminals, because they are behind the money, be it direct money from the owner's account, or be it data in exchange of getting that money. So this is where we see cyber criminals as one of the top threat actors who we need to focus on. Third is espionage. This is predominantly driven by nation states. So neighbors like China, Pakistan, and those kind of things. So we typically see espionage-related activities, cyber espionage activities on organizations. So many times, organizations may find something, and they say, okay, this was just unwanted file, we deleted it. But they don't really get the context of saying why this file was here. Is it attributed to a nation state, and what is that I should be doing further to ensure this thing doesn't happen again? So espionage-related actors are another thing that we want to focus on. Insider is a big threat, but I don't see it's at the scale yet when compared to criminal and espionage-related activities. Terrorism, again, apart from, if I take the odds of Al-Qaeda or Jaish-e-Mohammed and those kind of things, right, we are not really seeing a lot of skills they have, probably at this moment, where they could actually go and launch a cyber attack. So they are not yet there, but they are definitely probably involved in some sort of money laundering and terrorism financing, but that's a separate thing. But we don't see them as something which is like, they might use some platforms for social engineering, but not really for any sort of cyber attack as of now. But the important is the warfare. Now what's happening across is the warfare. So three threat personas which are applicable from a banking standpoint: cyber criminals, espionage, and warfare, with nation state countries getting divided over ideologies, getting divided over other things as such. And using cyber as a platform to attack networks as organizations as such. Okay, this is something which I want to talk about. Where do we see an intersection of anti-money laundering, terrorism financing, and cybersecurity? Typically, anti-money laundering is somewhere we always see, okay, it's more of the transaction monitoring. So typically in the banks, there are fraud teams who take care of it. And cybersecurity is only on a need-to-know basis or something like that. Many times, it's not really where they mingle together and discuss incidents as such. But let's say, I'll give an example. If you see the breaches in the last couple of months, I would say not even years, months. Every time you see a breach, you say, okay, so many customer data stolen, records stolen. Let's say your account names or probably Aadhaar card numbers, social security numbers, whatever in every nation says that. What do these attackers do with it? So the thing is, typically they want to monetize it. So what they would do is, typically if it's like say a non-state actor, they would go and sell it to, let's say, the state or probably underground, all those records. But the important aspect is not about that. They go and make money out of it. The person who buys it or the group who buys it can use those IDs to create fictitious accounts. So for example, if Vishal Lanjekar's ID is stolen, let's say Aadhaar card, blah, 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 whatever other things which I need is stolen by someone, can it be used to create a dummy account for Vishal Lanjekar in another bank, or probably apply for a loan, or maybe apply for a credit card? This is where we see there has to be an intersection between cybersecurity and anti-money laundering, because when this thing happens, you probably need to have a list. These are the things these are the IDs that have been stolen. Are these IDs being used anywhere else today is something that we probably want to. And this is something which we are seeing in some geographies. It's taking a turn. And this is why we believe there is a strong intersection between cybersecurity and anti-money laundering. Terrorism financing, again, there is a bit of a connective, I would say, a link with terrorism financing and cybersecurity. So this was one of the confessions of one of our terrorists who went through a rehab, and he said that when he used to like hack bank accounts, transfer money, and then buy bitcoins out of it, and then use that money for funding terrorism. So this is where, again, this is where the money was going. So again, when he was hacking into these accounts, a cybersecurity thing, a perspective is very important. Many times we try to put it across towards the more cybersecurity towards the network and those kind of things, but we really don't bring it towards the applications, the transactions and those kind of things. This is where we are seeing going forward, we need to have this strong collaboration in a way for anti-money laundering and cybersecurity as such. Okay, I'm going to talk about how does an attack happen in today's time. We spoke about phishing, we spoke about all those things, but I think I don't want to take you to the same thing which you probably might know already. But this is a new type of an attack that we are looking at. This is called a multi-stage attack. And what exactly is a multi-stage attack? There are three phases to it. The first phase, if you look at it, an attacker sends a phishing email from a trusted user to a system administrator with business critical application rights. So when I say trusted user, which means system administrator or person who has access to critical, let's say the core banking system, receive an email from an HR, from his own HR. Valid email address, not a phishing email address, a valid email address. Eventually it means that the attacker is already in the network, he compromised the HR system or the HR account, but he doesn't want to use HR account for looking at, say, salary slips. He wants to use it for some other purpose. So he basically got the HR accounts. From there he sent an email to a administrator who then said, okay, this I have access to these kind of things, right? So he targets the administrator. The administrator clicks that email, okay, again a malware gets downloaded and the malware gets connected back to the attacker's network, okay. The attacker then drops in a lot of tools, keystroke logger, for example, whatever usernames you type, whatever passwords you type are being stored in a file, right? And the attacker then collects data for 2 months and then exfiltrates this information. So what he has done is, he has just got and collected username and password and all the activity the administrator is doing on that business critical system, assume it's a core banking system, for example. Now that's phase one. Phase two, the attacker is not doing anything. He just took this information, okay, and he goes to the dark web and sells it. I have admin credentials, 2 core banking networks of this particular bank, a core banking system of this particular bank. Anyone wants to buy it. Now, typically, nation states or cyber criminals will buy this particular access. And this is where, they will then use it for, in the third stage, the APT or the group or the cyber criminal will then log in with legitimate credentials. Now, if somebody is logging with legitimate credentials, there is no point, there is no suspicion about why is this guy logging on the system. He is supposed to log in because there is no human face when someone logs in. It's a username and password. So they log in onto the system, they take whatever the data they want, okay, they then encrypt the data and then ask for ransom as such. So if you look at, there are 3 stages, there are 2 types of attackers here in this particular, in the new stage attack. One which steals credentials, another who actually buys the credentials and uses it and logs in as a legitimate person onto organization's network. But this is why we call it a multi-stage attack that's happening today. Okay, I'm going to talk about breach scenarios. So these are real life investigations that we did for for organizations similar in your vertical. Again, I'm not naming it as such, but these are something where these organizations got us involved, and you can see what exactly, we're not going into technical details, but we just tell you what exactly we got out of it. So in scenario one, this organization called us about for an investigation. It was a multinational, again, I would say organization. The ransom was demanded around 10 million or so. Okay, I'll probably not 10 million, I'd say much bigger than that. But the ransom was there. None of the systems were encrypted, but still they paid the ransom. Can you imagine what this is? So ransomware is there, no systems encrypted, but still the company paid the ransom. What happened? Some of the tactical sides, I'll just keep it, let's not talk about it. Probably the unpatched VPN, the explorer that came in through it. This ransomware group was DarkSide, which was the same group a week before they attacked Colonial Pipeline. That's a big thing that happens. The same group attacked this organization. Okay. Again, that's through a ransomware as a service. So you can see, DarkSide is a ransomware as a service, so it can, anybody can use that infrastructure. Systems they accessed not only the business applications, but importantly they accessed some executive management laptops. Okay. Now we attribute it, and I'll talk about it in just a second. It's a nation state attacker. What data they accessed was personal data. So they accessed the CEO's system, laptop. In that system, they identified his personal pictures with his maybe extramarital affairs or those kind of things. And they used this information to ask for ransom from the company. He was a CEO. They asked much larger sum of ransom. They would typically ask in a ransomware sort of scenario. Here they just put a note that we have these pictures, this is what we have. If you don't pay us this million amount, we're going to go ahead and release in the public. The board, the CEO, everybody, nobody knows about it within probably in the organization, but they went and paid that ransom. What does it teach us? It teaches us about the policies that we define, that we cannot store personal information on our office laptops. Probably if it is there, can it be used? Let's say if it is there, how is it monitored? And then importantly from a risk standpoint, can that be used against us by threat actors? So even if you have policies, are they really monitored? This is something which is a bigger learning that this organization got, or rather even the industry got. So where ransomware comes in, necessarily, this is where we start thinking about attacker is coming in, what is coming for is money. If we can get, without doing all those things of encrypting systems and all, if we can get some sensitive data which I can hold a ransom against, fine. Because if this CEO's data was out, it would have crashed the stock price, it would have been a big facade in the industry. Now, why we say nation state? I mentioned that, yeah, so this particular CEO was a Ukrainian organization, a Ukrainian person, and he was affiliated with the Ukrainian government, and Russians actually targeted him for this. But that's not the point. The point here is that anybody could be targeted with this sort of a thing as and when they find data that they can hold up against you and ask for ransom, they're gonna do that as such. Second scenario, again a multinational, similar sector. Again, the ransom was huge, demanded, and they partly paid the ransom, the organization. Again, I'm not focusing too much on strategic, it's a long story, but then the important thing here is to access is the tactical part, where, so this thing started with, they had a cloud platform. It started with someone found a file sharing tool on their cloud platform. The attacker encrypted multiple systems, including the backup systems. Now, you know, I've spoken to many banks and organizations, and I truly respect that. I appreciate that, and I advise people to have this no ransom policy. I think it's a good thing that everybody, what we are doing it. But what happens is, typically when we say no ransom policy, we are doing it because we have some assurance that we will be able to recover data from our backup systems. But what happens if your backup systems are encrypted? Then your policy might, go, this is something which happened in this organization. So this is where they encrypted the backup systems too. But the learning here was, that was one learning on how exactly we need to secure our backup systems too. But the second learning was, the question was, how did they arrive to, they demanded for $10 million here. How did they come to know, how did they arrive to a figure of $10 million to be asked for ransom? What they did is, they accessed the organization's cyber insurance policies. Okay? The policies clearly showed how much was the coverage for this organization. So again, the question comes here is, what do we classify, let's say, when we say crown jewels, are these only business applications like core banking and all those things? Or also the data residing in a certain place? If I ask organizations today, where do you keep your cyber insurance policy? Probably, I mean, I ask people, they will say, okay, it's typically with the legal department. A legal department, which typically means they will have in their folder or somewhere where they're having all these policies as such. So this is where it brings up a question, what do we see, and we see from an attacker standpoint, what is that attacker can hold ransom against me, right? It's not only just my data for by encryption, it would be as simple as my insurance policies. It could be anything that is sensitive to me. This is something that we learned, and then organization learned from this particular incident. Again, from the other critical observations, we saw a lot of keyloggers, say old source, say old school, but we saw a lot of them there. You know, this is something which, again, a policy thing, but again, how are we monitoring it? And I have seen in many investigations where, let's say a remote user or someone calls the administrator, IT administrator, and says, my system is not working, this application not working, and the administrator says, okay, log into this tool, we will do it. He logs in, which is an approved tool from the company. He does it. For some reason, that tool doesn't work. Now, because the administrator wants to close it as soon as possible, the user is really jumping, saying, I want to do it now. He says, okay, just download this tool, I'll do it with this. He downloads a third-party tool, which is not an authorized tool. He then actually, uses that tool to solve his problem, and things are done. Many times they just leave the tool over there, they don't actually remove that tool. And this was, again, in this case, was exploited by the attacker, where this sort of freeware tools that were downloaded were actually used by the attacker against the organization. Okay, probably one more, I would say, incident. I would say not incident, this is a big operation that we concluded with Interpol. So Interpol, we have been working with them since 2015. We were the first private sector organization to sign a data sharing agreement with Interpol. And we were also probably, we work very closely because we are part of the newly formed Financial Crimes Task Force with Interpol. So this is where we work with them on uncovering a lot of financial crimes that are happening. So this was a classic case of a threat actor, a group, I would say, based in Nigeria, which was specifically targeting organizations across in this region too, to using a phishing email and then siphoning out millions of dollars from multiple organizations and people. So we worked with Interpol. So this operation was called Operation Falcon. It started in 2020. This is where in the first phase of the operation, we provided TTPs to the, TTPs is tactics, techniques, and procedures the attacker used to Interpol, which resulted in arrest of 3 threat actors. Now this is something which is very unique because many times we see attackers cannot be arrested, but in such operations when you have this this coordination with law enforcement agents, this can be done. So we provided our intelligence, the 3 of the attackers in that gang basically got arrested. These photos, by the way, are real convicts. They were actually arrested by Interpol. The operation continued to 2021, which was phase 2 of Falcon. This is where we were providing not only intelligence, but we were coordinating across law enforcement agencies. And then the operation resulted in arrest of 11 threat actors. And then finally, there was one threat actor who was on a run, and we were tracking him on his Instagram, on his Facebook and those places, and they make a mistake. And in some forum, he mentioned that he's returning to Nigeria to sell off some of his assets. We tipped Interpol, we worked with them, we tracked him down, and we got him arrested. The learning from here again is, when you talk about incident response, there needs to be a process in place on how does, when things go beyond your SOC and stakeholder, how do they actually work? So this is where we find many organizations are still lacking in terms of the communication plans on whom did they involve at what point in time is a very important aspect, which most of the organizations lacked in this particular operation. Okay, one last case study before I move to the, I think I will probably maybe concluding in some time, in a few minutes. But this was again collaboration to take out a threat actor. Global, huge fraud and huge nexus that we uncovered. So this started in November 21. So one of our customers, they got his typical case, the administrator or user walked into the office in the morning. He was not able to access his files. They were encrypted. These were like a high ransomware there. So they called us saying, this is where in a situation we are. The client was in Denmark, and the attacker demanded $1.2 million in ransom. And the second thing was, he said not to tell anybody. Because of the GDPR and all those things, they said no, not to tell anybody. So that was his two demands. So they called us, we got onto them on the investigation. The first thing that we identified within a couple of hours was some links from a system to a university in Portugal. So this customer was in Denmark. The links pointed to a university in Portugal. So we contacted the Portugal CERT. So I mentioned about the different partnership that we have with law enforcement and intelligence companies. So the first trace was to Portugal. So we contacted the university, we contacted the law enforcement agencies out there, and they said that though these systems belong to us, they are not here. They are basically operated and managed in Lithuania. So again, so we basically then got in touch with the Lithuanian law enforcement agencies. We basically tracked down this infrastructure, okay, and we gave this information to the Lithuanian police, the Lithuanian law enforcement agencies, and those kind of, and the other people out there. What we observed that point in time is that, and okay, so before I go to that, when we tracked down, the law enforcement actually went and seized that infrastructure. So the attacker infrastructure was seized. Now the attacker did not have access to the data stolen from this customer. Okay, we knew that, he didn't know that we know about it. Okay, so now we started negotiating with the attacker on the ransom, because we still needed a decryption key. Now this is another learning for organizations, is that when we are trying to put in across ransomware strategy, it's not about protecting, detecting, responding, that's one part. The important aspect is that there will be a point where you will have to pay a ransom. There will be a point, there you have to pay a, that's the reality of life. And that point in time, what you need is, how do you interface with the attacker and negotiate with him, right? So this is where what happened is, when this thing happened, we knew the infrastructure was seized, we started negotiating with the attackers. For example, when we negotiate with the attackers, we typically do some due diligence. Okay, like for example, show me the data you have, show me a sample decrypted data, those kind of things. And he didn't have access to data because it was seized by the law enforcement agency, we know that. So he started giving excuses, oh no, my dear, but there's a system operations going on, some downtime, we are working on it. It went through a couple of hours, and then we said, no, unless you show us data, we will not do it. We will not pay the ransom. So he suddenly comes back and says, okay, you're a good person, 50% discount, 1.2 to 600K straight. Okay, so we said, no way, we can't do that. To cut short, it went on for some time, and they finally said, okay, 200K. We said, no 200K. The client is ready to give 100K because we need a decryption key. He said, okay, done, 100K. So from 1.2 million to 100K. That is how we negotiated, and we got decryption key, and then basically we recovered the customer. But then the bigger nexus was, in that Lithuanian infrastructure, what we observed was there was data residing from 36 different organizations across 20 different countries. Okay, so many times when this data is siphoned out, even let's say from our geography, it's not stored, it's probably stored somewhere else. But this is where how this entire thing works on, how do we get back the data as such. So now we are working with 9 different law enforcement agencies to try to work with these organizations and get back data and recover them from this particular crime as such. So this was one of the other things as such. Okay, so that was the reality. What do we predict for 22-23? Okay, first, the time to patch vulnerability will continue to shrink. So many times if you see there are new vulnerabilities released, Let's say for when Log4j vulnerability released, we saw it been exploited within weeks, within days in some places. Why? Because attacker knew about it, probably they got to know about it, but more than that, organizations take time to patch vulnerabilities because it can impact applications, right, the business operations. So then this is another learning where if this is going to happen, how can we have some compensatory controls in place? How can we have, if we are not able to patch the system, but can we have some sort of virtual patching, some sort of a compensatory control so that this cannot be exploited? Unskilled threat actors with the RAS, which is the ransomware service, I don't need to, like if I'm an attacker, I don't really need to have a big infrastructure. I can just go and borrow infrastructure, get the ransomware code from him, get to know how to target this specific organization. I just pay the money and then I get the infrastructure, I just do it. So I don't really need to be an expert hacker. With basic hacking skills, anybody can become, get into an organization today as such. Again, this is something we just spoke about geopolitics, but again, tough economic times is definitely the substantial rise in cybercrime. And again, what are happening across, both are related and politically motivated things which are happening will certainly have a rise in cyber activity as such. 7 things that attackers don't want you to know or to do in place. Okay, multi-factor authentication. We talk about multi-factor many times, right? So we need to have this in place. But again, where do we have in place? Many times, I was building a SOC for an organization, similar financial organization, and they had this 2-factor authentication, an X vendor, where they used to use that. It used to generate a password to like a 2-factor to log into that system, to the administrative system or the critical systems. And then I asked them, okay, this is something which generates a password. They use that 2-factor to log into there. How do you log into this system itself? And they said with a password. So the system itself, which was generating 2-factor for the other systems, itself did not have a double-factor authentication. So anybody who compromised that system could actually generate passwords and use it against the thing. So these are, so where we use it is very important. Again, endpoint detection systems. One thing which and all this, I just summarize these things as such. I think it's not about having this in place. I think, are these things measured for effectiveness, right? You have all these things in place. Every organization will say, okay, checkbox, I have this in place. I have XDR, EDR, I have a SIM, I have patch management. How effective is it? How many incidents did you have in the last six months, right? Why do you think it went bad, right? How effectively that EDR is configured? What, as sir mentioned before, is the skill sets. Do you have the right skill sets to look at those things, right? That is important. If somebody is coming and saying, put my box here, put my agent here, you are fine. They're lying. I'll be honest. I'll be transparent. It's not going to work. You basically need to know how to use them to the best of the ability. Right? So summarize. I think I've taken a lot of time, but summarize. What do we need to do about it? First, develop a breach mindset. If someone comes and says, okay, as I mentioned before, you will have these things in place, you are 100% protected, that's not going to happen. Have a mindset saying, okay, I will be breached sometime, and if I get breached, what am I going to do? How can I minimize the impact to my business? That is the reality of life. So have the breach mindset when you're designing a cybersecurity policy. Second, have a threat-centric approach. When I say threat-centric approach, it's good to have an ISO 27001. I mean, I like the standard. It's good to have an NIST in place, but sprinkle it with from an attacker perspective. Attackers will not look at compliance. They have a different perspective. So when you develop your cybersecurity programs, have an attacker perspective, develop your threat profile. How does an attacker look at me from outside and even inside, and what does they can exploit? That's one. But the third important is collaboration. I think this is something more applicable to honorable people out here, is how can we bring in a collaborative effort with various banks sharing information with each other. Let's say, for example, again, it's an effort, but again, this is something which I believe that if we collaborate, like we are the best intelligence company because we collaborate. Similarly, if we can bring in the banks together, we can bring and they can share intelligence, they can share incidents that they see with other banks, the larger banks, smaller banks, we can make a much better cybersecurity infrastructure for the banking industry as such. So that's something which I wanted to say. And finally, again, why Unit 42? Again, we're the pioneers in providing these kind of services to our clients, and that's it. Thank you.
Thank you, Vishnu. It was much enlightening. I think before handing over the session for the questions, let me assure on behalf of DIT that all the 7 factors, whatever has been identified by him, we are collaborating with Unit 42. We are already in process of having multi-factor authentication. We already we have the same, and we are upgrading it with the current upgradations. So we can assure you that we have all the 7 things which have been done. Now I think any questions? Krishna, you can join us for the questions.
Thank you for a very insightful presentation. I have 2 or 3 questions. One is that, one evidence is that if you add up all these risks, the potential impact on GDP from a macroeconomic perspective turns out to be 5% for developed countries and 10% for emerging market economies. So maybe in India, the potential risk could be 10%. Now, when I take a look at our global cyber security index, which is published by International Telecommunication Union, India is ranked 10th in 194 countries, ahead of China, Australia and Germany. But another report pecks India among top 3 nations in the Asia Pacific region, including China and Indonesia, at high risk of being attacked by cyber experts.
Exactly.
So do not you find a contradiction in these 2 pieces of evidence? So your perspectives on that. And one more question is, what is a authentic database on these cyber, attacks?
Okay. I'll take the second question first. I think it's very easy to answer. I think we probably might have an answer for that. I would say there is no just one database. Okay, let's say, okay, we can always say, okay, we can build one database, which is good, but the problem is that how much visibility does that database have into the cyber threats going across? So it is good to have the database. We have 196 nations across the globe. Are we going to collect all the cyber threats into that database? If yes, it's good to have one database. If not, we probably need to look at some collaboration. This is where we talk about collaboration and getting those sort of intelligence into a database as such. So that's the first thing I would say. So collaboration is the way to go for that. Coming to your first question, I think the risk of cyber security, of cyber risk, I think Sir mentioned this before, is very high. I mean, it's like the biggest risk for us today is cyber risk. We are bound to get attacked by cyber attackers because we are progressing towards a digitized economy, right? This was a statement by our Air Force commander, if I'm not mistaken. I apologize, I don't recollect his name, but he said that the next warfare, in the next war, we're probably going to see majority of the portion in cyber. So, so I would say that this is going to go high as we develop, as we digitize. We are coming with UPI. I mean, we have UPI and those kind of things. Everything is on a radar for a cyber attacker. The way, because it's easy for them. Nowadays, we don't have to get a van and go to a bank and pull a gun and then say, okay, give me the money. So you can sit online and do it. So this is where I would say the cyber risk would be increasing as such. You want to add something?
Yeah, I think you are referring to 2 different reports.
Yeah. Oh yeah, the first report, yeah, sorry, I missed that.
Yeah, you are referring to 2 different reports. We will definitely take the inputs from you post this session to analyze and see what's the difference. But having said that, the existing scenario, what we see across, is that the threat landscape is really increasing every day. That's what we are seeing. I know India is much well prepared, primarily because the maturity with regard to technology, if I especially see in financial institutions, when we compare with Europe or even you compare with US as well, right? Our maturity with regard to technology is much, much higher when compared to most of them, right? We engage with a lot of banks. We have our back-end teams which engage with a lot of financial institutions worldwide. But we see the kind of level of maturity what we display in India are much ahead, especially on payment systems. We are way ahead, at least 5-6 years ahead of what other countries are. So having said that, on the technology, on the cybersecurity technology as well, right? We are well ahead with regard to protection when compared to lot of other large organizations. I don't want to name them, but when you compare to the likes of large organizations here, we are way ahead. So I'm sure we are much better off. So the report which says that we are much well prepared, I will go with that report. However, the other report, we will take the inputs from you and come back to you.
And I think I would agree with Christian on the maturity that we have, because when I moved to Singapore a couple of years back, I was born and brought up in Mumbai. I'm a Maharashtrian. I'm here. A few years back, I just moved, and when I went to the bank, and we were Singapore, you go like nothing to criticize, great nation, very very advanced, but you can do this banking opening account, and then do a transaction in like one day. I didn't see that. I find this was we were much mature. I say even 4 years back, I found it to be much mature. So when I say maturity, is a digital maturity, right? This is what I still see, that we are way ahead than those nations as such. Yeah.
Any other questions?
Thank you for the very interesting session. I have two questions.
Sure.
Some years ago we were talking about the golden copy as being the savior. If there's an attack on your primary site, etc. How relevant is that concept today in the context of all that you have just indicated? And the second question is, does the DLT-based system now increase the attack surface? Does it strengthen or weaken it?
I'm sorry, what's
The distributed ledger technology.
Okay.
Yeah. Does it strengthen or weaken the attack surface?
Yeah, I think the first question about the golden copy, it is relevant to an extent unless you are backing up your files somewhere, because typically that image will bring in all your operating system. You will be able to operate again, but probably your data, your files, if they are not accessible, then that might not still work. So if you have a strong database policy, or say data backup policy, it's a good way to start with, to at least recover the system. But again, your files where they are, that's more important for business operation. So that is something which I would look at. The other one is the ledger
Distributed
policy.
ledger.
Yeah. You want to answer that?
Yeah, so any new technology which comes in, whether it is blockchain or any other newer forms, as you said, distributed ledger, everywhere the attack surface is increasing. So I'm sure there are going to be much more challenges than what we see today. So if you look at 4 or 5 years back, nobody knew what cloud is, right? Cloud picked up. But when cloud came in, the kind of issues organizations face, right? Today, you look at some of these new age organizations, right? They are like, being attacked or trying to be breached on a daily basis, on a big amount, right? So whenever a new technology comes in, whether it is blockchain or any other technology, the focus till date used to be only on how the transaction happens or how the customer experience can happen. Today that is changing. Like what is happening in the network, right? Till date what happened? Everyone was only focused on how do I ensure that I provide the connectivity, whether it is remote or whatever, right? How do I ensure I provide connectivity? That concept is changing in the last year or two. What is happening is it's becoming a combination of network plus security or an application plus security. Everywhere organizations are trying to embed the security along with the application or with any of the new technologies or like network. That's what we are seeing. So this whole concept of zero trust, right, that has actually been given a lot of importance, and that's really come up only because of newer technologies coming in, and we just need to ensure that we remove this implicit trust which is there in any of these transactional modules. And just remove the implicit trust completely.
Yeah. And sorry, and to add to that, I think it's also important that this is going to be an ongoing learning, because as you mentioned about the digital ledger technology, so recently in a nation in North Asia, okay, they called us because they have this sort of a network, and they said, okay, we are breached. Can you help us with that? So they have this sort of a network in there. The thing is, okay, we work with them, but what we learned from them is, as he mentioned, right? So these technologies are built for availability, for user experience, but security is not that considered. But when such incidents happen, that's where security is taken up. So the best thing is when we are developing such technology to consider security at the very foundation. So that's something which we would say. Again, it's a technology. It's a human technology, so it's bound to get used. Now, an example would be, let's say in a Bitcoin sort of environment, right? Even crypto or something. So I mentioned about the crypto mixer, right? How the money jumps, how the money is sent to fake address and those kind of things. So people are exploiting this. Attackers are exploiting it. So recently in some countries, they have brought in a regulation that when you transfer money from one crypto wallet to another wallet, the other wallet needs to be verified first, right? So we will not allow you to transfer money from one wallet to other wallet just like that on an address. We need to verify that wallet where you're sending the money and from where the money is coming to, right? So I'm working with like some government organizations on that front. So this is where we see, things going as such. So yes, as we see this thing adopting, we will see more security threats. We always start seeing it, but I think there's a good initiative here in terms of also in the training on blockchain and all. I think we are in the right direction.
Just to add to that zero trust, I just want to give an example so that we all understand what it is. That's where the world is moving towards, right? We are one of the pioneers in zero trust. What is happening is, it is like how we go into an airport, right? When we enter, they do the first check whether the name is matching with your ID card, is the date correct, they check and allow you in. Then when you do the boarding pass, they again do a check. So what we do is, we keep getting this validation done again and again. So we do this trust validation, constant security check-in again and again, because it is not possible where in a process where you enter, do one or two steps and then start misbehaving, right? That cannot be allowed, right? So this continuous validation till you board the flight happens when we take a flight, and that is exactly the example of what a zero trust is, right?
Yeah.
And
We'll be having a detailed session.
yes, so we want to
So
share with that
you
when
can
we
map
do
the
that.
zero trust with the breach mindset. I think that would help. Yeah. Yeah. One more. I think there's a question there.
A very interesting session. Thank you. Just two questions. You mentioned that in the first half of 2022, there have been about 7 lakh or so attacks,
Yeah.
cyber attacks in India.
Yeah.
I just wanted to know whether we have any data on how many arrests were made in respect of these crimes. That was my first question. If you have, just from an academic interest point of view. And the second question which I wanted to ask was, you mentioned about ransom policy. And you said that there are times when we have to pay a ransom. So what do you think should be a ideal or near ideal random policy for an organization, a central bank? And what is the guarantee that if you pay ransom, there won't be any further demands, how do we ensure that?
Yeah.
So these are my two questions. Thank you.
Correct. Thank you. I think the first question in terms of the number of attacks, I don't have the data on how many arrests were made, but I know about, because I'm working with some government agencies out here where the local cybercrime is doing really a good job in terms of tracking down these attackers. The challenge is what we are seeing, and again, this is something which the Deputy Chief Minister of Maharashtra, Devendra Fadnavis, said in one of his speeches in Parliament is, when these criminal activities happen, by the time, again, this is what he quoted, by the time people could catch that particular culprit, he's already out somewhere. Either in another state or probably he's actually out. Many times they're seen going back to Nepal or some other places as such. So I think there is a substantial effort from the local law enforcement agencies, and there are a couple of arrests that have been done so far. I don't have the exact figure, but then there are. Now many times once they go out of the country, it becomes a little bit difficult to catch them as such, or they are operating from there, it becomes difficult to catch them. So that's something which I would say. On the second part, on the ransom policy, again, as I mentioned before when I started, I think we need to have policy because it's also a deterrent for the attacker, right? Because that if they know that we are not going to pay ransom, it's just like, let's say we had India has a policy about no negotiations with terrorist group, right? After the Indian Airlines hijack, we have a no negotiation sort of a policy. So the thing is, here we should have these policies in place because it's a deterrent. But there is also but then with that policy, we also need to ensure that it's not only, okay, it's good to have, but then how are we assuring ourselves that even if we don't pay, we can recover? So I mentioned the point about having those backup systems, also having the same level of protection as the business operation systems, right, the live systems as such. Then you mentioned about the ransom paid. Yes, so basically this is where you probably need, this is something which probably is another skill which we can bring in or train new people in terms of, and this, but again, it requires a little bit of a background. Let's say, for example, the people that we have who are specialized in ransom negotiation, they come from those backgrounds like law enforcement, like FBI and those kind of places. So similarly, when we train people, we also need to have people whom we can, who can actually do those negotiations. So to ensure that whatever he's asking, I'm getting return in back as such. So that is something needs a little bit of upskilling, but I think we should be there. That's not a problem there. And again, like consulting organizations like us, like Unit 42, we always there to help organizations on those front as such.
I have a very basic problem-related question.
Sure.
Now, you mentioned a few components which are basically desired components of a very sound cybersecurity framework. But some mentioned that IBI has got all these things.
Yeah.
And at one point of time mentioned that it is not about the availability of these components, but how effective these are actually working for any defense mechanism in any organizations.
Correct.
My experience says that in relation of the size of RBI generally implements all known cybersecurity tools.
Correct.
It is not that if you go to any big organizations, whatever cybersecurity tools are available and whatever is mentioned, we have implemented everything. Still cyber attacks happen.
Correct.
So it may be because these components are not working to the desired extent, or they may not be in a combination to that extent. So how can we verify it? What is the way to examine whether all these components are working fine, and they may provide something like 99%, 99.9%, some kind of assurance that no cyber attacks may happen.
Correct.
Is there any benchmarking to do it? Not about the ISO and other thing, but is there a way we can benchmark
Correct.
our simulation strategy
Correct.
that we could adopt and say that our purging component gives almost 100% guarantee you implement all the tools.
Correct.
So is there a way to do it?
Yeah, I think excellent question. I think this is some, and I typically have a long discussion on this, but I'll try to answer a little bit shortly. Yeah, if you go back to this, okay, it's gone, sorry. I mentioned about a threat-centric approach. So to develop a breach mindset, a threat-centric approach. So what we are talking about here is to develop a threat profile. When I say threat profile is, what are the threats that are more applicable to me? Now we spoke about the hacktivism, terrorists, all those things. What is that most relevant to me from a threat cyber attack standpoint? So when I say that, I would say, okay, if let's say cyber espionage, or let's say criminal is more applicable to me, then who are the typical gangs probably or groups, okay, which could target me? Third is, what are the tools, techniques, procedures they would use, right? And then what are the current mechanisms I have today in place to protect against these threats? Now this is where I would say we're taking a more threat-centric approach rather than a tool-based approach, because the more tools we put in, I mean, good to have, but it probably might create some noise, right? So many times what we say is fine-tune your, as I mentioned, is you have the right execution and monitoring, so that fine-tune those tools to the threats that are more applicable to you, so that you can cut out the noise as such. Yeah.
My question is ultimately the result part.
Yeah, exactly.
Whatever approach you adopt,
Exactly.
ultimately you come to a point where you implemented a few components
Right.
in combination as a part of the study, whatever approach.
Yeah.
Ultimately it boils down to the setup that you have already got.
Correct.
Based on whatever approach you have adopted.
Correct.
Now how to assess and benchmark this setup,
Yeah,
that
exactly.
it can be very effective way defense mechanism against any probable threats coming.
So one thing which I would, again, we can talk about this, I mean, during the lunchtime, but One thing which I would say the best benchmark would be to start with is use to benchmark your cybersecurity posture against the MITRE framework. Okay, so there is a framework called MITRE. Basically, it talks about the different types of groups, attacks, techniques, everything across what's happening across. Use that framework to see where do you stand from a threat management standpoint. That would be the best way to start with. Again, there are a lot of other things, but I think in interest of time, I can definitely talk to you in detail. But this is how I think we should go.
Yes, yes, sir, we can do that.
Absolutely.
Yes, sir, we'll
absolutely.
do.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah, that's the,
Yeah, thanks for a very insightful presentation. I just wanted to know, like, do you as an institution proactively assess the cyber preparedness of organizations, and you have your marketing teams that go to the organization and say, why don't you engage me because you are at risk? Do you do that? And how do you rate RBI in terms of cyber risk preparedness, whether we are safe in RBI with the extent of tools we use, etc.?
I will answer the first question. The second question I have a question to answer. The first question is do we provide such assessments and programs? Yes, that's what we do. And again, our assessments are purely from an intelligence and threat standpoint, not really from a standard standpoint. So we come as an attacker to assess your environment. So yes, we do provide those assessments. On top of it, these are like proactive assessments. We also provide assessments such as breach readiness assessment, whether you are ready for a breach. For example, if a breach happens, let's say for example, do you have the right controls in place, probably right communications in place, those kind of things. So yes, we do provide all sort of those kind of services as such. In India at the moment, I have a couple of engagements going on where customers are trying to proactively look at where do they stand from cyber attack perspective as such. Yeah, you want to answer the second question?
Yeah, so ask about your question.
Because he works day in, day out with RBI, so I would say.
Wasn't, sir? Yes, RBI is well protected. The only thing which I want to add up from a Palo Alto standpoint is that we have the maximum impact worldwide with regard to the events which are happening. So we almost handle 16.7 billion events a day, fully automated. There are only about 4 to 5 resources who manage this entire processes, right? 16.7 billion events. Because we have the number one cybersecurity players, so the profile is pretty high and the attacks are very high. So we are well prepared to ensure that our customers are also well protected. Okay, that's a thing moved out, but that's the confidence which I want to give it to you. But having said that, there are a lot of assessments which we have, including business process assessment, lot of assessments around what we do as proactive services. We will definitely work on those and ensure that you are well protected.
Yeah.
Thank you so much. Now may I request CGM in charge, DIT Arun Kumar Singh, to come forward on the stage and hand over a small memento to the team. देने के लिए चले जाएंगे। Thank you, Team Palo Alto. Thank you all. We will be taking a 10 minutes refreshment break and we'll be joining back here at the same moment on learning more about Zero Trust Network. Thank you.
Thank you all.
Thank you. Thank you, everybody.
We have the tea arrangements in the next place. Vishal, you wanted to speak about benchmark solutions.
We will do that.
Yes. Thou shalt not speak. You are not allowed to speak.
And he has promised me. तेरे को group में ले जा. Move on.
ये गिर गया. इसके गिर गया. वो मैंने इसको समझा दिया. इसलिए मेरे को दिल पर बैठा है. इसके लिए ज़्यादा इम्पोर्टेंट है.
गिरेगा ही तो. सिक्योरिटी टाइट नहीं है.
अभी सिक्योरिटी में नहीं.
जो भी हो नेट.
रिपोर्ट पढ़ लिया रात में.
Check, check, 1, 2, check, 1, 2, check, check, check. Check, check, 1, 2, 1, 2, check, check, check.
स्लाइड शो
क्या चाहते हैं?
बस अब ठीक है नहीं ओके एक मिनट दिस हैज टू बी नीचे का जाना चाहिए ना
ये सही था।
नहीं वो भी दिखा रहा था नीचे बॉर्डर में
हाँ लेकिन अपने को अगला स्लाइड वहाँ दिखना चाहिए ना, उसको बुला
वैसा नहीं है
अरे
ये
वैसे
रिप्लिकेट किया हुआ है
उसको बोलना पड़ेगा, यहाँ पे अगला स्लाइड दिखना चाहिए ना। यहाँ पे अगला स्लाइड दिखना चाहिए ना। कैसा है आपका?
जो यहाँ रहेगा वही यहाँ पे रहेगा
ये नीचे क्यों आता है ऐसा? बताइए साहब इनको फुल
ये
स्क्रीन।
देखो
फुल स्क्रीन कर, इनको करने दीजिए।
ये फुल स्क्रीन कर दिया
प्रेजेंटेशन मोड कर दिया हमने।
यहाँ पे मेरे स्क्रीन पे बराबर है नीचे वो नहीं आ रहा है बाहर उधर नीचे का नेक्स्ट स्लाइड आ रहा है इसको कुछ स्वैप करने के लिए वो है क्या ऑप्शन
क्लोज कर दिया।
एंश्योर
ये आता है क्या किसी को? आप
Thank you. All of you had a refreshment break, so I request all dignitaries to have a seat. We will be starting with the session in a moment now, so request all dignitaries to be please seated. I think the topic of interest, which we were continuously discussing before some time, is demystifying zero trust network, and for that we have the Cisco here currently. Sir? Yeah. Yogesh, please ensure that tea is being served on the tables. We request, I think the tea will be served back on the table, so.
us and giving us this opportunity to probably, provide our insights in terms of the very trending topic called Zero Trust. Thanks to our analysts to make it more trending, but otherwise it's a very old perspective, where you want to give a very controlled access to your applications, networks and other ways, around, and keep a check on those access. So probably we'll try our best to give you a perspective around how Zero Trust is now, or it's important, and how the industry should look at it. With the hybrid work scenario, with the borderless networks, as you have been hearing all across during discussions, and the various, disruption around post-pandemic, there is a lot of change in the entire IT landscape, which needs to be, having better control on the various aspects around the user, network, and the applications to talk about are the key assets. So, I, Naveen Mehra, a student of this domain called cyber security, will try my best, along with my colleague Danesh, to probably give you a perspective around how best we can decode or demystify Zero Trust architecture or framework. Many people understand this as to be a tool or a product, but actually it is more of a framework that we need to look at it, and it needs to be looked at a very holistic sense also. So, businesses are now competing like ecosystems, as we have seen post-pandemic, that most of the businesses are now are connected to each other in various ways. You can find the suppliers, the customers, the providers are all interconnected using APIs and other technology. A breach in one of these can actually result in a catastrophic issue with all others, connected. So it's like a very hyper-connected world, and that's why we call it, probably the business ecosystems which are really, competing. It's become like an ecosystem in its own. Everybody is an insider. Previously, anybody into the network, we used to consider them as our very trusted users. But given the fact that, now the users are spread across various, I would say various geographies out of the network. They're working from home, outside. So networks are borderless. So everybody is considered as an insider when they're accessing any of your applications or resources. Hybrid work is here to stay. We talk about hybrid work. There are various surveys even conducted from Cisco to give you a perspective of at least 18% of user workforce are not inclined to really come back into the networks back. 60% of the workforce is still very much hybrid in general. So that's going to stay, and that brings in more challenges also from a security perspective, as we all understand. The shift in IT landscape, we have all witnessed that tremendously, because as you see, the applications which were more on the data center and the data centers which were more in-house have completely changed. They have moved on to public centric cloud platforms, onto clouds, into resources or platforms which are more external than internal to any organization. So things have changed tremendously, and the landscape, as we say, have been completely, become, I would say, disoriented in a way. You are continuously concerned about who's accessing the network, from where they are accessing, what are they accessing. You want to have as much of control in terms of every IT organization goes to these type of challenges, when they are accessing especially untrusted networks like in the cloud. So you need to, deliver on these challenges. You need to deliver on these concerns which are top of the mind. And moreover, cybersecurity post-pandemic has become much more complex. Thanks to the various controls, tools, OEMs, and a lot of noise around it, it's not become very easier for any adoption. And when you have multiple tools, when you have multiple solutions, another challenge that comes across is basically the integration part. So, those are the aspects which you will always hear in various organizations. When we try to relate to many of the banks, they definitely come back with these challenges, though I have got the best of products, but they are working in silos. So here, there is another problem which the IT team generally faces through, and as a result, you will find that, comparatively, it takes a lot of time in terms of incidents response. It is way too slow. Devices are encrypted within 10 minutes, and there have been cases where more than 10K devices have been encrypted, in just a matter of minutes. And we just saw the breach recently in news. We saw Tata Power declaring, a breach in their networks, whereby it was again a cause of ransomware. And all these typical attacks start from the perimeter where the identities are compromised. The fundamental of zero trust is first to understand or protect the identity, the access. So you will find that, the number of breaches when you have a lack of a zero trust framework or an architecture, that will result into a magnitude of, cyber attacks. And those are very simplified nowadays. 300% increase in malwares for IoT devices, the adoption of BYOD, as most of the technology companies will definitely relate to it, and many of the financial institutions now, which are having a fintech based approach, will also have devices which are beyond the organization's control. Now you call it IoT, you call it BYOD, so there are more and more complexities, and there is an increase in the malware for even the IoT devices in general. 81% of the breaches involve weak or stolen passwords. Take any of the recent breaches which have happened. It has not been because of a very crafted cyber criminal or an adversary. It is basically started with the help of breaches in terms of loosely configured passwords, weak passwords in general, passwords which are synchronized with the browsers, so that the vulnerabilities in one application on the browser can lead to, getting access into the network. Lack of multi-factor authentication and technologies around it to have a second layer of validation. Lack of posture assessment of where the user is coming from, whether he's coming from a, something which is more trusted or, which is more reliable as a device which follows the compliance guidelines for an organization, or the security, policies in general. Security tools going blind due to privacy and encryption methods. Most of the technologies and products you see, applications are today communicating on an encrypted channel. Most of them are HTTPS based, and so they also have their own native, crypto, factors into it, which makes it difficult for those who are inspecting the traffic in terms of content or in terms of access to really understand it's a genuine user or the type of data that he's trying to download. So that's another challenge which comes across. So if you see typically for, for any adversary or, for a cyber criminal, one is that access. We generally have got policies where we have got passwords, we have got even at times tools to do multi-factor authentication, but there is always a human element around it, and there's always a change control cycle in any organization which takes a lot of time. So it has become very simplified by just following this is a typical example, and this is what happens most of the time. Nearly 65% of the organizations go through the fundamental breach using the, using the concept of phishing. So you have got the phishing emails which typically come into your organization, and these phishing emails are today so very well crafted. They get you onto any malicious link, and those are again encrypted HTTPS based access. In spite of whatever we say, many of the URLs are so very well crafted that it becomes very difficult for users to really distinguish between a fake site or a genuine access that they are making. And then once the adversary has got into the network, he's basically going to have a very free lateral movement. That's the case which happened in recent Tata Power's compromise also. And any of those malware, or I would say ransomware breaches that you find, the more the machines which are inaccessible, the more becomes the magnitude of the attack. And that happens because there are no security policies. There is no zero trust framework to actually have any micro segmentation onto the network to ensure that person whose access has been configured compromised is basically only accessing the required segment in the network. Because you don't have segmentation, because you don't have control over your user access into your network, the same access gives him privilege. The compromised access gives the adversary the privilege to probably move across the network in a very lateral movement and then go and attack the various high-end resources in general, and also compromise the data and so on and so forth. Again, zero trust. And when we talk about zero trust with many of the organizations, first of all, it becomes very heavy for the board to probably digest. Are you really saying that you're not going to trust my organization or users? whenever I really converse with the CISOs, they find it very tough to probably go to the board and talk about zero trust. No, it's not zero trust that I mean that we are not trusting our users or our own employees. Well, zero trust is not the lack of trust. It is basically validating the trust at every access. So normally we have all the security systems at the perimeter, at the door. But that's not the case with the zero trust framework. Any access, any converse, any communication has to be inspected, validated every time. A typical example that today I as an employee of Cisco will have two devices. I may have a laptop and my own mobile phone. Now what is the access that I have from a laptop which is company owned, which is having an encrypted mechanism which has got all the other different validations and tools, may not be applying to my handheld device which is owned by me. Now you want to ensure that when a user is using a handheld device, he has a different type of access to the network because he's not accessing from the corporate device which has been given to it. So the validation of that access, the change of trust, even though the user is genuine, depends on various factors across it. Some people even want to do validation for geofencing or geo access, right? Which we call geofencing in other words. You were supposed to access from Mumbai, but I suddenly feel his access is coming from maybe London or maybe some other place. So this is suspicious to me. So there are various aspects, and that's what the zero trust framework is all about, which my colleague Danesh will get into more detail. So basic tenet of zero trust is trust every access attempt as it's originating from an untrusted source and then grant the access. Don't consider the users to be typically inside the network and then you are going to consider the access being granted to it. Or even if the user has been authenticated once for an application, you need to still keep on doing the posture check. For example, it happened very recently in my case. I was accessing my corporate network using a browser. Typically most of the applications are now browser based, and suddenly it was reported that the particular patch in the browser is missing. My access was on the fly revoked, or I was asked to be revalidating after putting the patch for my browser required. So just to give you a perspective, I am authenticated working on the application and then you are asked to revalidate yourself in terms of by following the compliance in general. At the same time, zero trust is meaning different for different people across. It's like the same story where you prospectively want to either look at zero trust or only the access level. Oh, I am doing multi-factor authentication. Many of the CISOs tell us, we are doing multi-factor authentication, now that's zero trust for us. We have done our job, the username and password, beyond that we are checking the second level. No, that's just one step of it. So, and similarly, people have different perspectives, and zero trust doesn't mean adoption of a given technology, as you can see on the screen, whether it is segmentation, whether it is access, zero trust network access, ZTNA, whether it is endpoint security. We have the best of tools today. We have moved from an endpoint to an EDR solution, which is more zero-day responsive. We are talking about firewalls, access controls. We are talking about identities, but it is not about only these specific point solutions or technologies. It is about collaboration of all these technologies and how we are using them. So we'll touch base on this various use cases down the line, but those are the confusions. And many of the organizations are in the process of adopting the zero trust framework. As you can see from this survey report, close to 29% of organizations are in the process of adopting zero trust framework. But at the same time, what is concerning is nearly a quarter of them, nearly 43% have not started the adoption per se. They are still under the planning stage in terms of how to go about. Is it that I need to have application to application access secured first, or do I need to look at the user visibility in terms of access? Do I need to work on my network first, which is actually completely borderless, outside, internal, everywhere? What are the areas that we need to start it? At the same time, another challenge which organizations generally face, and typically the banks come across this many a times when we interact, it's about their concerns around latency. It's their concern around, lack of, diminishing, or I would say reduced productivity for users. The more you need to authenticate again and again for every application access. In fact, there is a survey, there was close to $250,000 going in user productivity every month. So there was a huge, wastage around that. So high productivity, strong security both, so there is a complete trade-off between both of them, and that's an area that we as cyber security practitioners would like to address, bring business and IT in that sweet spot whereby your users feel cyber security is an enabler rather than an hindrance. So that's the whole idea around the adoption of zero trust access also, whereby we want to frustrate the attackers but not the users per se. Yeah. So the traditional approach, which is prevailing in many of the organizations, typically is once your trusted based access to your network location, access is coming from inside the network. That's always trusted, which is not the case. Zero trust adoption or technologies will help you that the trust is established for every second, like we have been talking about it. Once the attackers are in, they can move laterally into the network. We spoke about it. We have to induce those type of policies and tools whereby the access is very explicit and it is towards that given segment or that network. It is not just taken that he will have access to a complete network or a complete complete network of the company. So you need to secure your access to your applications, give only the right users the right access required by them. It doesn't extend, the security doesn't extend beyond the local networks. Today as the networks have moved on, you have got different type of devices coming on. You should have a framework which is agile, which actually moves beyond the traditional networks of WAN and LAN. It moves towards your cloud, it moves towards your BYOD and enforces security at every type of access and user. The analyst view around zero trust. Industry generally gets driven a lot from a perspective of how analysts look at it. And I think I just wanted to bring a resemblance around how Cisco's approach has been towards the same. Now this is from CISA, the US Cyber Security and Infrastructure Security Agency. These are basically the pillars around zero trust, the foundations for zero trust. One is that you have the pillars on which the zero trust framework has to be built. You have to work on identity, you have to work on devices, you have to work on your network, you have to work on your applications, the so-called workload, and data. These are the various pillars around which you need to build the zero trust framework. For that, you need to also ensure there is one thing very important, that is again orchestration, integration of all the tools, and for the IT team to have the right visibility into all this. Because there is a lot of, many of the SOC teams and IT teams will tell you there is a lot of noise. I get a lot of alerts which are genuine. How do I really get into an action in terms of which is the access that I need to revoke? What type of changes, dynamic changes into the policy that I need to make in terms of an access? Those type of intelligence has to be meaningfully brought into the IT team's notice, and for that you require a very integrated and, as I said, a bit of an ML based or bit of a data science based approach around the various tools that you are using to ensure that you also achieve zero trust and also achieve visibility into that. The analysts again they have this idea of rephrasing it. Very typically after a long time you find Gartner, which came out with something like CRATE in terms of continuous adaptive risk and trust assessment, CARTA, I'm sorry, and this they have rephrased it as now their zero trust framework in general. So the Gartners have been presenting different views around the same aspects: user, data, network, application. It's ultimately relating to all of these fundamental areas where you want to enforce zero trust. Ultimately, we have got the Bible for zero trust framework, generally referred as the NIST 800-207 framework guideline, which gives in detailed perspective of I would say the detection and also the enforcement around the various areas that you need to make into your network. I'll not get into more technical details around it. Fundamentally, the analyst calling it or bucketing it into all these segments, whether you talk about the CISA, you talk about the NIST framework, user, devices, network, application and data. This is the same thing which Cisco has been adopting, and we will put up a use case in front of you give you a perspective around these areas on how Cisco is being able to help, and how we have been doing it. I'm not here to probably promote a technology or a product for sure, but I'm here to give you a use case of these 90,000 employees working for Cisco and how we have adopted this framework and how it has benefited Cisco in general. My colleague Danesh will get into more technical details around it. So, the principles around zero trust remain the same. It cannot be static, it has to be continuous, it cannot be anytime assumed, it needs to be having a verification level every time that, and you ensure you start with the least privileges. As you say, it has to be more adaptive in sense, it also has to be more contextually based, so you need to put that into perspective. At the same time, zero trust helps you achieve various compliances. You name the compliances in different, industry segments, and all these compliances can be achieved or, validated based on your adoption of your zero trust framework. So this is another important enabler for organizations if you're adopting those frameworks around. I've added in certain, which has brought in, a lot of new regulatory guidelines in terms of threat detection and response. For organizations within a given time frame. The Government of India has come up with a guideline to probably ensure reporting of any of these breaches, whereby this can be assistive and it can be much easier. If you adapt the framework, you ensure that you are getting it into more and more understanding of it. So, Cisco believes in the zero trust principle in a very holistic sense. The strategies, the zero trust basically will help you adopt these principles, which will give inception to the strategies around the platform using various of these capabilities and technologies which are again integrated in nature. So this is how we have been going about it, and we believe that it's going to be not a product or a tool but a holistic framework. This talks about those three key areas: workforce, which is your users, your workplace, which is your network, and your workload, which is your application. So this all being interconnected from an access standpoint of view, from a data in motion standpoint of view, from an application standpoint of view. This is where all these three critical areas need to be covered. This also will help you build your security resilience. In times where we are talking about resilience in a big way, and security resilience is actually the backbone of ensuring your business availability and uptime. Adopting this framework will definitely lead you to have more resilience in terms of any misfortune incident, in terms of any cyber incident, which will help you to probably bounce back much faster. Because in our part of the world, they always say that the time to detect is of any breach is of very critical importance, and the time to detect with your compromise actually leads you into more losses and things. So even today the analysts have been saying the time to detect your compromise is more than 90 days. So you can understand that the very importance of adoption of this technology. This is a case study around Cisco. We are today a 90,000 plus employee company with close to 1,70,000 devices across, the users and basically the type of VPN accesses that we had. We have gone across this zero trust model at your user, at your network level, at your data application level, and these have been the results in terms of our savings. 3.4 million of annual savings in terms of employee productivity. We are done away with VPN. With lesser VPN accesses, we are able to, because we have adopted tools for users rather than having a VPN access, authenticating, and again, with every application access, and also reducing or bringing slowness in terms of your access. We have gone with a VPN-less access, whereby your multi-factor authentication checks your posture, gives you an access to the required applications on the portal. You can click the applications and basically make an access internally, rather than getting into the network or a specific network based on your VPN access and then probably moving into it and then getting validated for every access that you need to. So the cost of the IT help desk support has tremendously gone down for us in terms of fewer calls. Users can, today, if you can see, 86,000 vulnerable devices were self-remediated, based on the 5.7 million devices health checks that we do. So basically a user knows what are the missing compliances before he accesses the network. So if I'm accessing a network, I will be not only given a prompt about my missing patches, also about from where I'm accessing, whether my OS is not encrypted, whether the device that I'm accessing from is not from the geolocation that I am supposed to be accessing it, and so on and so forth. There are so many other aspects. I think we can get into more details prospectively. This also helps in getting you a better ROI for your, and easier efficiency for your SOC team when you have a complete, holistic framework to adopt that. So with this, I would like to pass in and invite Danesh, our technical lead, to give you more use cases in terms of the adoption around Zero Trust from your workforce, workplace, and your workload perspective. Danesh, over to you. Yeah, please. This is the mic, sir.
You spoke about two things, that is VPN-less type of access. Here, once your access is validated, you may access a few applications based on the rights granted to concerned person. And second thing you spoke about, the kind of security features that are not available when you access it. Like suppose the location you are accessing, which may not be granted, access may not be granted, or some patches may be missing in some browser application if you are using. So these are the things that are missing, so you may not be granted access to the applications. So these are the two features you explained.
Yeah, there are many, but these are...
But just I wanted to understand, so basically earlier you had a VPN-based system where any applications you are accessing, some kind of VPN was getting used. So from application to application, we are moving from one VPN to another VPN. Was this the way?
Yeah, so, when you are accessing a VPN, you are basically ensuring that you have a client, VPN client. Then you are trying to have, authentication done for the user. And after that, you are giving him typically an access to the network completely, rather than being more specific. Though in VPN, you can create policies where you can, basically mobilize the user to a specific application. But again, the VPN tunnel, and you need a VPN head-end device which has got certain capacity to it, and also the user's, experience in terms of ensuring the client, ensuring the access, that we are doing away by ensuring that we have got the MFA client, in our case, doing everything for us in terms of when your user is authenticated for either username, password, or multi-factor authentication. His access is encrypted, his access is checked, and then he is only given an access to only those applications and data which is required. So, his traditional use of IPsec VPN is moved away towards this more, that's the concept around VPN-less access. I think Danesh will get into use case. He will demonstrate you how a user feels, if I'm right, Danesh.
So, yeah, you're right, sir. So,
Second part I would like to understand once you go ahead, like the entire security posture is basically validated when somebody is basically opening any application, any system, entire thing is validated, only then access is granted. Yes. So suppose any point, like we implemented, any endpoint, so everything is validated, only then system is open for access. So here, in your system, you get all these missing parts which are not available, so that access is not granted. Something like health check and then these features are displayed on the screen. Is it like that?
That's correct. So there are two ways of deployment. One is VPN-less, second is with VPN. There are certain use cases where you don't want the VPN at all. You can live away without the VPN. The reason being those applications are published on the internet, or they are made allowed to be used on a SAML-based or SSL or SSO-based integration done. While there are certain assets which are very critical and very important prized assets of yours or application of yours or database of yours which you have not moved to the public cloud. You are still holding it within your enterprise network data center, and your users want to be accessing that. Example, in a banking environment, a branch user sitting in the branch office environment needs to access the core banking application or anything related to that business critical application. They would need that access directly, but at the same time, that user sitting inside the corporate network is also vulnerable. That device he is using is also vulnerable. So you need to ensure that despite having the VPN-less architecture available for me, I still need to have certain use cases where I need the VPN access, or I need to be sitting inside my corporate network and still validating all those checks. So based on the different use cases, deployments, we can have VPN-less architecture or VPN-based architecture, but that trust of the user, trust of the device, compliance of the device, application-specific access, what all Naveen was speaking about, is prima important pillar for VPN-less or VPN or in-premises corporate network.
Thank you.
Sure.
Thank you, Danesh. Over to you.
Thank you. So my name is Danesh and I lead systems engineering for cybersecurity architecture within Cisco for the country. And thanks Naveen for setting up the stage of giving the details about what Zero Trust Framework is all about from the analyst perspective and how we are pursuing it within our Cisco environment. I just want to take you through certain use cases around it. How does actually Zero Trust, what it calls for and how does it get achieved or deployed. So if you look at, we were talking about establishing the trust. First, I need to have, when a user starts connecting, whether he is connecting it remotely or using VPN-less or with VPN. First, when user is initiating the connection, we need to authenticate the user. There is an identity provider or identity store from where the identity of the user is picked up. We need to authenticate that, yes, this is Danesh Sethi logging in from my Active Directory validated user credentials and connecting to it. Second, I also need to verify the device. Naveen was mentioning that two devices. He brings in a corporate device, he brings in a personal mobile device. I need to also ensure that, or the system need to be capable enough to understand this device is a corporate device. I need to identify, because if I don't identify the device, there is a possibility that the device is stolen. Somebody else is trying to log in through a stolen credential. So we need to have that understanding of the device. And this device authentication also gives us one more purpose, that the device based on corporate or personal distinguished, I can have a distinguished access to my or privileges to access my internal application or the data store inside which I'm going to use, right? Certain things you wouldn't want your employees to use it on your personal devices. So that's where the distinguishing factor comes in. Second, the device is running, user is authenticated, device is running. Now you need to also ensure that the device is compliant with your corporate policy. The reason being, they need to be authenticated that yes, the device is running with the right operating system as per corporate governance policy. There is no missing patch onto it. There is EDR solution deployed onto it. There is a local firewalling enabled onto it. There is a encryption turned on onto it. There is, specific folders, specific files or specific applications running into my system. So these are certain checks which you need to comply for the device before you have actually trusted and then authorized the user. There are two things: authentication, authorization. Authentication is done, now authorization. Post this authentication process completed, you need to get into authorization of that user. Once you are doing the authorization, you are now putting a policy that Danesh Sethi logged in with an engineering role has to be given to the applications which are related to the application which belong to the engineering, not to the finance, not to the sales, something like that, or vice versa. Engineering guys will go with that, sales guys will go with those related applications. So that's where you would specify application-wise access to those users. So we established the trust, we got device validated, we got application-specific access authorization to the user. That's how the trust establishment happens. And whether it is VPN-less or with remote VPN user, we do all these steps. Sorry, I did not move forward, but this is how this whole 3 steps move forward to ensure that user authentication, device authentication, and application-specific access is given. Now what? We have given that. That's working. There is a possibility that I might have got my session or my device compromised during the session. There is a possibility I tried to download something and something has, or I connected a USB drive and there is something which has gone as non-compliant. Or there is a possibility that a user unintentionally disabled the firewall. Just an example. The device becomes a non-compliant. Are you supposed to allow this non-compliant device onto the network? Technically speaking, no, because this is a user done, but there is a possibility that some attacker has done this kind of an activity where he has turned off the firewall on your endpoint to attack on your endpoint to see that what vulnerabilities they can exploit. So your session has to be stopped. So the system has that continuous verification of the device, compliance check, and the moment we find that there is a non-compliance occurred, the session has to be stopped. Session stops, the user is notified or the SOC team is notified that what next steps have to be taken place. User can be guided to go and turn on the firewall. I can show you that post this presentation, how quickly it can happen. I have a demonstration also available to show you in a quick snapshot of it. So the continuous trust allows your SOC team, your end user also, to ensure that the session breaks when there is a non-compliance that occurs. User is forced to ensure that they are becoming compliant again and continue with their session. No break of service, but also ensuring that no uncompromised breached system remains in the network and still having the access. There is a possibility of lateral movement which you need to prevent. That's how it works like this. Now, when this changes happen, we also need to have a response mechanism. That's where our SOC team, or that's where our automation and orchestration of other technologies come into play. That's where you need to have your SIM tools, your SOAR tools to be taking the policies automation framework built around it to ensure that your analysts are able to find quickly where the endpoint, which endpoint, and why it got compromised. There is a possibility that the URL had phishing link into it, which you get to see that, and then you can build a relationship matrix around it to find that where the mail came in from, who the user clicked it, where this DNS request went, where the web connection got established. You can build a complete matrix around it to see that, okay, this is how the problem has started in my network and I need to plug at all these places. This kind of a breach should not happen in any of my other segments of the network. That's how the response mechanism has to be built in. And that's where when they're all integrated, your response mechanism increases and you are in a better position to build a better time to remediation mechanism. Right? So this I was talking about from the remote VPN, which is coming through VPN-less architecture. The same applies towards your VPN infrastructure or wired wireless infrastructure when you are in the corporate premises. So first we spoke about user authentication validation and device authentication validation for all the VPN-less. Now we are talking about workplace, which is like premises of your facilities where the users are connecting. The same principle applies. User is getting authenticated. Interestingly, when we are talking about workplace, where we are talking of your office network, we are ensuring with our technology that your device, when you connect it, does not even get an IP address to even connect to your network. That's the beauty of the on-premise solution which we incorporate. There are multiple underlying protocols and underlying technologies like 802.1x and certificate-based authentication and so on and so forth, which ensures that the device port, switch port is shut, is not even turned on to give you an IP access to get even the connection, unless and until your validation is done for the user, device, compliance, all that access control is checked, then only you get an IP address or you are moved into a proper VLAN configuration where you have, based on your role, you have an access to connect to your applications and run your systems. So this is slightly different, but it is very, very important for your work premises. The reason being, your work premises is open where the people come and connect on your desk a laptop of their own, which could be a rogue device, need to be switched off without giving the access. Now, when the authentication is done, authorization is done, I am allowed to access the system. There is another use case which comes in as a BYOD, which we are talking about, bring your own device. Or not only that, bring your own device, even with your, when you are connecting in your network, your guests are coming or your own employees are there in the office, you need to also do some kind of a micro segmentation, because breach can happen. There is no silver bullet which can kill everything and we have a foolproof mechanism everywhere. The only thing is we have to be faster, quick enough and build the networks in a way that we are bouncing back quickly and we are containing the threat in a limited scope. We are not letting the threat expand or make a lateral movement. So how do we control that? There is a big corporate like organizations where we have multiple branches. Now networks are defined based on say VLAN. You will have to propagate all the VLANs to different branches so that the user when today is connected in Mumbai office, tomorrow if he is moving to Bangalore office or Delhi office, has a seamless experience for the usage, right? That means the same kind of a VLAN information what I was connecting in the Mumbai has to be there in Bangalore, has to be there in Delhi and has to be there in all my offices. This is a very cumbersome task for your IT environment. That's where this micro segmentation or segmentation perspective, we have something called as, it's a generic technology, it's not Cisco patented, Cisco proprietary technology I'm talking about here, group tagging, which means that you build resources and you build roles. So Danesh is an engineering which I was talking about, Naveen is from sales, we have built set to matrix. Now in this matrix, that when the user gets authenticated, device is authorized, user is authorized, device is compliant, everything is done, we get a tag attached. It's not anymore that, VLAN 1, VLAN 10 or anything. We get a tag attached, that sales tag. Naveen got that sales tag. Whether he is in Mumbai office or Delhi office, doesn't matter, no VLAN propagation required. That VLAN tagging will ensure that Naveen's traffic when it flows, sorry for that. When Naveen's traffic flows, it's always having only the sales related access given to him. No more complexities of VLAN propagation, no more headache on the IT environment. It's an automated process available to you. Tomorrow he moves out of Delhi and goes to Bangalore, no need to change. Same for me. When I am moving different offices, we don't need to work around. So if you look at this kind of on the right hand side top, that that chart gets created. So we create like a matrix of tags to be assigned to roles and resources. Roles and resources to be aligned and given access to, right? This happens not only for one user, it can be also on the complete group-wise definition which we can define it. The entire sales team, the entire engineering team, the entire finance team, we can define that. Within that, we can still go and define specific roles again for a specific user also. There is a super user who is supposed to have, entire sales team resources, but there is account managers who are supposed to have only related some specific application with it within the sales. We can define those granular policies also with a very seamless tagging, group tagging system to be used in this, right? If you look at some of the flows, these are all business flows, and technically if you look at it, when a device is connecting, a user is connecting, a trusted device is there, This is how your endpoint security and your network and your application hosted in the data center is being accessed, while your public cloud applications or your private cloud applications are also being positioned there. And there is a SOC system in the bottom line box there showing you the capabilities what they need to have around analytics, around visibility, around orchestration and automation perspective. So those are some of the capabilities in the SOC. But this is a flow of your user who crosses these multiple points, which is like starting from your antivirus, your EDR solution, your device health connector to ensure that your device uptime status is checked and your device compliance connection is checked, where the DNS queries are going, where the web connections are being established, if they are using any identity in the cloud or they are using identity in your data center. We are all checking all those. This pointer is not working. So we are checking all these device conditions, and this is where we speak about bringing in the three pillars which we were talking about. That is user and device security. Then we are talking about network and cloud security, and we are talking about application and data security. So these three pillars build the framework for ensuring that you are all those points where the user traffic is flowing through is ensured and is working perfectly for you. Okay. Thank you. Did I go through ahead? Similarly, when we are talking about applications, this I was talking about a user, how he is experiencing and using it. But if you look at today's applications have also no more been monolithic applications. They are all changed to microservices applications. Within one application, I have microservices running and they talk to each other, right? Some of them are supposed to be talking, some of them are not supposed to be talking. We need to understand that what is my landscape, what is my application, and how they are communicating. So within that microservices or application segmentation perspective, we need to also understand that how we can build application and data security crossing multi-cloud environment or within one cloud environment. We need to understand that as well, and this is also a very, very crucial component of overall application security to be built around. We also have some API calls to be written for internet based applications or internet access to be given to the user. Similar flow happens around it, where continuous visibility, continuous tracking of the user, continuous runtime application checks have to be done, and we need to also ensure that our data center which is hosted has network layer security around it with using firewalls, intrusion prevention system, AVC, and AVC is basically application visibility and control, and malware sandboxing, which is embedded part of the overall security framework, so that if what you are trying to download or if what you are trying to upload gets checked for its content, whether it's a clean, good content to be allowed, or whether it's known bad content to be blocked, or if it is a suspected element based on its indication of compromises or based on its behavioral analytics around it, we can put it into the sandbox, malware sandboxing, to understand that what is the actual behavior of this payload and whether we need to allow this or we need to block it. So this is overall framework which passes through for even the internet based applications to be accessed, and that's where we need application data security and network cloud security. So based on our different use cases, we have either complete 3-pillar, we have 2-pillar, but we have to ensure that our application data security, network cloud security, and device user authentication and security remains always accessible for all the users, to ensure that our deployments are seamless and they are trusted and they are working fine, right? When we are talking of microservices application, we also need to have 3 things done predominantly. I need to understand that what is my application landscape, what different applications I am using, which applications are speaking to, or microservices speaking to which other microservices. We need to have that thing ensured. So application behavior and its identification has to be ensured. We need to also understand that what if there is some kind of a risk gets generated. Step up, step down, what needs to be controlled. So we have to ensure that also to factor it into our Zero Trust framework, so that when application to application is communication or microservices communication is happening, I need to have that visibility to understand. And a policy engine has to be built around so that we can build application context based communication between the microservices, and application users are users are able to have those seamless communication happening around it. Get the visibility and build the system around it where a foolproof visibility and contextual information is available to ensure that you are able to build the automation and orchestration framework around it. Let me go. This is again that same micro segmentation I'm talking about. So continuously validation, proactive. We detect the deviation if it is happening anything, what needs to be done. So if there is a detection which gives me a visibility in the dashboard that there is some microsegmentation breach has happened and some microservices or some applications are talking to a different hosted application, we need to have that dynamic ACLs or dynamic configuration pushed to the system, so that those are contained and those threats are not, or those breaches are not laterally moving and creating any catastrophic kind of breaches, right? So if you look at it, Zero Trust capabilities perspective we spoke about, and this is again slightly repetitive, is establish trust for your users, establish trust for your devices, establish trust for your services and identities. Sorry. Do the compliance check for the posture and have the contextual validation done. Ensure your systems are risk-based authenticated. If there is a risk generated, step up, step down, access is controlled, access is removed, and users are restricted to have the complete access. Then we come to enforce the trust-based access based on microsegmentation and have a unified access control. Give the least privilege access and specify explicitly this user with this session allowed to use on this device only this application, nothing more than that. Don't ever estimate that the user once authenticated is all clean and is not going to have any breach. So be specific and give the specific access only to the user. Continuously verify the trust. Keep monitoring it. The system should have that capability. Keep monitoring continuously. If any session breaks or if any breach happens, if device becomes non-compliant, break the session. Force the user to ensure that they get those vulnerabilities fixed to ensure that they are clean and going forward. Respond the change. You should have a mechanism in place so that if there is any change happening, your analyst, your SOC team is notified. You have the log system available to ensure for forensic investigations that what had happened and how did it happen. And you also have to give the message to your users to ensure that he becomes compliant to gain the access back, right? Integrate workflows to build as an automation policy, and rather than every time you are doing it, don't do that. You have an option available as a orchestration mechanism to build that as an automated flow for you for your rest of the entire user base. So basically, user device security spans across network, cloud security, and application data security, which were the three pillars going all across these four pillars for the Zero Trust. Also have your signals, breach signals shared. your threat which we see on the user side should be able to build the trust relationship or the sharing of the signals on the network side and the cloud side and the application side. They should share the threat intelligence. They should share the unfortunate events which are happening, any incident which is happening. They should share it across so that the threat which is sneaking in from a user from one vector should be contained in the ingress level, that is at the entry point and on the other vector itself. That kind of a threat contextual information, sharing information should be there in place so that you can contain the threat once detected, prevent everywhere. That's what is the philosophy of the overall sharing of the information across.
It is something like XDR?
XDR is like you are doing the extended detection and response, which is also one pillar or one component. It became like from EDR to XDR, like you had EDR only for the endpoint detection and response, while your XDR goes beyond that, but XDR still has some components around detection on multiple technologies as a siloed platform. The more you have integration with your platform such as SecureX, which we call it as native cloud management platform. It's not building its own data lake, but it's pulling and it's giving you the information across all these threat vectors, building a correlation matrix to give you a complete visibility. That's what I was explaining in one of my earlier slides, that threat came in from web, email had an attachment, email had a URL clicked, session goes to DNS, resolution happens, IP comes, goes to web connection. From web connection, now you are accessing page and you are downloading something. That download is happening. Download has some malicious content or suspected encrypted content, comes on your endpoint. EDR solution on your endpoint does not detect or detects. Now there is a full chain of this cycle which has happened, right? This correlationship, this complete visibility in a correlation matrix to you gives you that visibility through this kind of a cloud native management platform where you now see that this has happened. Now this can also go beyond. This mail could have gone to 5 other users, or this URL would have been probably executed by 5 other users, or this payload would have exploded and tried to do some kind of a malicious movement on the lateral network. So all this visibility what you bring in comes in a relationship matrix for you to understand that how this breach started, where it is today, and if at all there is no breach happened, but you get some intelligence and you want to do some threat hunting. Whether this kind of a threat which one of my counterparts or one of my other organization has seen globally, they being attacked, is that there in my network? Am I also compromised on that? If yes, and if I want to do that threat hunting, I can just pull those queries and push it to the system. My system will go back. My system will go back and go and query all my devices and see that whether this kind of a SHA value, whether this kind of a threat event has ever been seen anywhere. So it also brings you beyond XDR to give you more capabilities around it and build automated playbooks. You can use playbooks to write it that what happens if this kind of a scenario, what all different steps have to automatically push on different segments. On the firewall, what policy has to go. On my IPS, what policy has to go. On my web security gateway, what policy has to go. So you can push those policies across. That's where the whole management comes into play and gives you a total integrated solution.
Just one curiosity to know, when you implemented this zero trust framework across these hierarchies, whether it is user device or network or application based,
yes,
is it Cisco's own products or you have used some kind of this one off the shelf products and customized it for Cisco?
Thank you, sir. Very good question. So there are, as I said, there are zero trust to be established as a framework, not a product solution. Multiple technologies come together. So for an example, if you are using for the workforce, which is like users who are traveling, working from wherever they are, you want to validate them, you want to put a zero trust for them. Now that solution can have an EDR of Cisco, can have an EDR of one of my competitor. Doesn't matter. my access or my solution has a capability to integrate with my own solution, tight integration is always available. But when we are talking of a third-party solutions, yes, we do have APIs. We need to have bidirectional APIs to work together. But yes, there are third-party solution integrations also available. Now, when we are talking about a zero trust, as I said, we are talking of a framework, we are talking of a journey. You can start wherever you want to. You can probably start on a workforce, you can start it on the workplace, or you can start it on the workload, or you can start any of the combination of it. Technologies could be different, firewall could be different, my IPS could be different, it doesn't matter. From the framework perspective, yes, we are tightly integrated on our own product because we cover the entire gamut of this user, device, network, cloud and devices. We cover across, right? But if there are some third-party components, we have integrations even available with those, because basically we are talking of all APIs. And if there are no direct integration available today, our advanced services team can write APIs, work with those kind of third-party integrations, and we can definitely address those scenarios as well.
Thank you. You have certain small slides?
I just wanted to show 2 slides. This is the second last
We are
slide.
aware that Cisco is a leader and that's the reason you're here.
I just wanted to highlight that. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Naveen, and thank you, Danish. Just before now, I think thank you for this detailed presentation. I'm sure now you all have received the answers of your certain questions. Whenever you log in, why certain systems takes time? Because we have implemented the zero trust, and that is AnyConnect. Whenever it logs in, it verifies and keeps on verifying again and again. Similarly, certain websites are not accessible at certain point of a time. That's because Cisco Talos has that threat intelligence model, and I think we believe that before some time, even the RIA website was not available because that HTTPS certificate was not accessible. So these are the certain points, and that also answers one more query. Whenever somebody comes in and we are not able to, I have a new laptop or a new mobile, until and unless I call up DIT, ask for credentials, we are not able to connect to the Betar Sanchar Seva, our own Wi-Fi, because it has that device binding for ensuring this zero trust. So now open to you guys for the questions. And before anything, thank you, ma'am, thank you on behalf of all participants to Rajni ma'am for giving us the Tirupati blessings. So, over to any questions? Yeah. It is based on Rajan sir's thing rather than the data. We want certain case studies.
Yeah, no, in real life you have cases of having to deal with significant legacy systems and infrastructure. So how have we gone about implementing the challenges involved in implementing a zero trust architecture? Plus, it is not just about technology. Technology is one aspect. What Varsha is saying, the user behavior, the culture. What are the challenges? How have you gone about doing this in an Indian company? Because a lot of banks are grappling with, you saw the graph of 23%, 60%, different banks are in different stages. So if you can give us a couple of such use cases based on experience, the challenges you faced and how you overcome them, that would be quite useful for me and my team.
Absolutely. I think, as we discuss this concept, which is, as I said, minimum access, minimum validated access. So access is just one part, but you rightly said our zero trust framework story here was not just about access. There is a misconception in the industry that zero trust access is ZTA. It is zero trust architecture, which is not just the access part of the user, but also the network and also the application. You rightly said we have come across not many organizations who have end-to-end adopted zero trust. And they are currently, many of them are in phases because of either their legacy, I would say network, platform is not supporting certain, aspects around either, like for example, Danish explained, if I have a user who's come into the network, suddenly he's authenticated, he's given the multi-factor authentication, he's accessing the application. Now it's found that his laptop, the OS that he's accessing from is found to be vulnerable, because Microsoft came with a new patch just now at probably 1:30 p.m. which is not loaded on his laptop. Now what does the IT team do? Because there is a possibility of a cyber criminal exploiting this vulnerability and trying to gain access into the network. So you want to have remediation or revocation on real time. Now what does it mean? The user session is going on, the user may have got a prompt or may have not. We have got the understanding of the identity of the user, where all he is accessing. So does your switch or does your network understand that, okay, I don't need to allow this user at that particular location? Or for example, his machine is compromised with a malware. On the fly, I want that the machine should be quarantined on that switch or on the access to that application. So yes, the zero trust adoption is basically very, it's like a phase-wise journey. At the same time, many organizations are into into different phases. And we have faced challenges first in first is the user awareness and education, to be very honest. Because if we are, even RBI is using Duo, you would have come across that from,
been used for whoever is using Sarthi from home, there is a double multi-factor authentication, and that's where the Duo has been implemented in RBI. So we have implemented multi-factor authentication as well. Currently we have multiple multi-factor authentications. Like for Samadhan we are using OTP, for eKuber we are having digital. We are moving towards access, based access, directly identity based access, and that's the next phase coming in next, let's say 6 months. Whoever were there in for the DIT conference has seen that demo. So we are moving towards
biometric based.
It's
but I can add to
biometric
what Rajan sir has asked regarding the legacy application. Sir, we cannot completely protect the legacy application, but if they have to continue for some more time, but we can have a kind of a defense in depth, wherein we have a compensating control kept at different endpoint, different hops we are going. So to that extent, we can protect, but up to certain extent only. So that's what we have done.
So,
we come across a number of banks where you have old features which no longer support the non-deprecated encryption protocols. And I wish Cisco be more proactive in these matters, because rather than forcing banks and even Reserve Bank to change everything, it's not easy actually. Absolutely. I think Cisco has not been very proactive. This is my feedback, and I see if you can do something about it, it'll be good.
Thank you for voicing it, sir. We have just mentioned about the supply chain management. I'm sure the leadership is around here and they do take.
Just to answer on that, firstly, taking from where the challenges, sir, just to also highlight the challenges which various banks face in adoption of zero trust. Now, I was telling about a product, Varsha said about Duo, that RBI has also been using. Now you have authenticated the user, this is so-called Mr. Naveen Mehra who's come into the network, he belongs to so-called department. But now there is a sort of a breach identified. We want the so-called firewall through which he is accessing the applications to also take action in revoking his. Now the firewall belongs from a third-party vendor. So I'm just trying to tell you that there are challenges in terms of integration with multi-vendors. The cybersecurity landscape has become a bit complex, no doubt about it. As a user, as a consumer, as a buyer, you need to ensure that the technology vendors have an open architecture to integrate these technologies, which is a very important aspect around. And secondly, your team needs to have the visibility into any access, any data movement or anything across. So one part about was on the visibility. Coming to the point where you may have legacy applications or networks, say networks, we are talking about switches for example. We have a product which again RBI has adopted called StealthWatch. StealthWatch is a product which is going to give you your east-west visibility, basically data analytics and ML, basically on that, to tell what is the behavior of the user on the network. So having said that, though I cannot revoke the access of the user, but because this user's machine is compromised and he's trying to, instead of accessing a CRM application, he's suddenly accessing some other database, is something which gets notified in terms of the network access level, which has nothing to do with any type of switch or any type of network, underlying infrastructure that you may have. Just to give you a synopsis, use case around that. So we have tools around it, and you have adopted it. This also falls in the network security part of Zero Trust, which we were talking about. So that's an idea.
Thank you, Naveen. Any other questions? Okay, we don't see any raised hands, so I request Shailendra Trivedi. Yeah.
Yes, especially after the COVID, and then when the frequency of absences from office have increased, quarantine, etc. So,
Ma'am, I think that time this AnyConnect, which has implemented, had acted as a guard, and that's the reason when everybody came to office, there were many complaints that systems are taking long for started.
Yeah,
Because it was checking whether your antivirus has updated or not. We have the SCCM systems installed on that. That was checking whether the Windows patches were updated or not. And that was the only reason. And that's the reason we say the ICE or AnyConnect, which actually was implemented in 2019, did help us and give us the benefits in 2021-22, around that time after the COVID.
Yeah, that's fine. Like that's after the long absence that we had. But even shorter absences of 2-3 days also, you come back and then you're like.
We ensure that your machines has to be updated.
Are getting
has to be updated.
But yeah, that's fine. But isn't there a faster way of doing it? Are you thinking of getting it done faster so that I don't need to wait for half an hour to start?
Ma'am, we will definitely work on it for fine-tuning the
That kind of
things.
flexibility would be very useful. I mean, COVID has thrown up lots of challenges for all of us. Maybe this is one for you. That
That's one for us.
Quicker download of the patches, etc.
It's an
Because
industry problem. I, as a Cisco employee, though I'm using a Mac laptop. Typically, Macs are stable. You don't require it to be rebooted. But you will have an Office update coming, which will ask you to update. There will be a Mac update coming. There will be a browser update coming. The other applications that I'm using on my laptop typically will have their own updates, patches and stuff like that, which will have their own timelines to promptly come in. And we at times, typically want to continue our work also. Then comes the aspect of around putting the Zero Trust, saying, no, you can't move ahead without doing it. And then when all the patches are clubbed to probably load, it may take time because of the wide diversity of, I think, tools that we are using.
User convenience versus security, and that's trade off we are trying to address.
So if you look at,
We will re-examine it as
This is
well.
a quick
And,
demo of what a user experiences if you want to see.
So if you look at it,
we all are using ICE, so people are aware of it.
No, I would just try to tell that, it goes through the VPN as a basic VPN connectivity. It goes through the system scan to understand, what different patches, vulnerabilities have to be fixed if they are existing. We scan that completely. Then we get into the roaming security, if you are using any roaming security onto it to ensure that your DNS security, your web connection securities are protected. So if you have to go through the sequential of all these steps to ensure that Zero Trust is met for that user authentication, device compliance, everything is in place, we have to go through this process. And that's where some updates, some system updates take some time, and they are not prohibitant of the system, but they are ensuring that the right and correct devices only are latching on and gaining the access, right? If you look at from this Duo perspective, which we were talking about, there are multiple such checks goes through, right? If I turn off anything and try to access, it blocks it, and it tells me that this is what you are non-compliant, so I can't grant you access. So you have to first fix that. So if there are certain breaks, we have to fix them. If no, then we are leaving the loopholes or leaving the non-complied, compromised device to the network for, it to damage it.
So that's the sweet spot that I was talking of. Technology and adoption of technology has to bring in that user experience to that sweet spot. That can only happen if we adopt tools which are integrated, which are basically giving more visibility and user friendly, of course, which will actually bring us there. Over to you.
Thank you, Cisco team. Now may I request our CGM in charge, Arun Kumar Singh, to come on the stage and facilitate the system.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you all. Thank you, Cisco team. The lunch is being served in the adjacent room. We will be breaking now and we'll be joining after 40 minutes. Again, a last discussion of the 2 days. The last session will be on the emerging technologies by IBM. So 40 minutes because I think 5 minutes additional wala part. Around 2:15. Okay. Thank you, ma'am.
भीड़ हो जाएगी जल्दी से लेकर आ जाओ यहीं पे आना है ना तो फोन लेकिन ये जगह कायम रखने की है आपको दीदी देखो बैठ गए ऐसे नहीं किच्छ पड़बो नहीं Intestines are not designed to stand alone. Mixed constructs also
No, Babu.